Oh, yeah. Thank you, Jeremy. That's a little addition to Zoom with the meeting being recorded and having to click continue. But we haven't hit the 100 in a very, very long time. Obviously, I don't think we're going to do that today, but I do think it is entirely possible for us to hit the 50 exponential. So that's the red line here, just like we did over here and over here. And we could end up bouncing before we end up rolling over there. IWM also looks pretty weak. Again, I didn't want to buy protective puts. I don't ever want to go spend $500-600 on puts, but we did get a close right there below that candle. So I am in protective puts on IWM. And then I'm looking for some stocks that are gapping down into strong long-term moving averages. So one of the ones that just popped out to me, this covered call is expired worthless. I can delete that. Is AMD is gapping. We're a little bit below the 200. We'll see where we open. That's this blue line right there. So I got that on the list. All right, you guys are already throwing in some tickers. Tesla's gapping below the 200. Square is right at the 100. Upwork, this is a pretty nasty gap. This looks like a bear flag now on Upwork. So yeah, Square's on the list. CRM, not quite into the 200 just yet. So I think I'll hold off on that one. American Airlines, yeah, almost at the 200. We'll throw it out there. This is like the worst of the airlines. Are any of the other ones? That's below. That's below. Oh man, yeah, this is a brutal gap on the airlines. Dang. Here, Turtle Beach. That one's actually gapping up, although it is gapping into resistance and all the moving averages. Yeah, the intraday volume on this one's just not good enough for me to day trade. Pretty light intraday volume. Ares, yeah. What do you got going on Tesla? Ask away and I will take a look at it. Yeah, Nike does look like a nice gap down. I mean, it needs to. I don't think that this gap fills anytime soon, but it really needs to retest, this breakout over here. So I don't think I'm really going to come in shorting Nike, but I could see why it would retest a little bit lower. This thing's just been on an absolute tear. And I'm just trying to curate a really good list this morning. So if there's something that you request I just don't put on the list to watch, definitely don't take it personally. Yeah, I have like pretty specific volume rules, especially I don't trade penny stocks, that kind of thing. PAE, like this is one, it just does not really have enough average volume. Over here is in like low 100,000s. I like to see 800,000, a million. So this one just does not have enough volume for us to really do much with. 5.9, this is getting bought out by Zoom. I'm not sure if this is a cash deal or not. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if it's a cash deal or not, but we don't really trade takeovers, the company getting taken over, because it's pretty much just going to be arbitraged against the existing stock. If you wanted to trade Zoom, that's definitely something that you could do. Zoom actually might be a good short. Yeah, Zoom actually might be a good short. This was a potential swing trade. I'm not sure that that's going to trigger. Yeah, Zoom could be a good short today. They're getting stock. Yeah, so it's just going to be arbitraged constantly against the Zoom stock with 5.9. So it's not really going to trade on its own. Technicals. Let's see. Made a newbie mistake. Entered at 672 with a stop. Your stop got skipped. Oh, the stop was not GTC. And you're now underwater. Well, if your plan was to get stopped out, then you should probably get stopped out. That's what I would do if for some reason my stop was messed up. If it's a short-term swing trade and that's where my stop was supposed to be, and that's what the plan is, and I follow my plan. CCL. A CCL is a decent sized gap down. It is a retest gap as well. So I would expect these retest a little bit. So I definitely wouldn't just come shorting it out the gate. I would wait for it to retest and then probably look for it to roll over. TLS. Hard to tell on this one because there's only 500 shares that have traded pre-market. So tough to tell where this one is going to open. It looks like it's in trouble, but there is some support in this area. But yeah, it's just really, really light volume. Grub. I've never really had great success day trading Grub. Did they change their name? It's not Grubhub anymore. Now it's just eattakeaway.com. That seems like, does that name seem worse than Grubhub? That seems like a even worse name.
Just eat takeaway, bro. That's all you have to do. just
I
eat
guess.
.com, please.
Wow, what a name.
It sounds like the most tech bubble 2000 creation of all time.
It does. And it looks like it's on a ski slope to zero. So this one does not day trade very well. The volume is just not really all that great. Every time I've day traded this, it just hasn't really moved very well. Just Eat is Europe. They got bought by a European company. Webvan.com. Yeah, it is one of the only things gapping up if you really want to watch it, but I think there's probably other things to look at there. Let's see here. Someone was asking about Moderna. It just an insane move on Friday on the S&P ad. I do think that this thing eventually fades. 100%. I think this gap fills eventually at some point. I would be looking for a fade based on like a blow off top. I don't think I would be trading this bullish at all, personally. I know a lot of folks are either trimming their position on Moderna, selling covered calls. Probably be a great time for some callers if you know how to do callers. If you don't, we have lots of classes on that. Yeah, work is getting bought by CRM, so not really worth trying to trade that. It's just going to get arbitraged against CRM. I think CRM is stock and cash. Amazon, so I do have a limit buy that's going to fill at open. Pretty much off of these prior all-time highs. And this is going to be my target up there for a little bit medium to longer term position. But I think this is a good retest area on Amazon Mac if you are looking to pick some up. Granted, we do have earnings coming up, so just make sure you're okay holding over earnings. Personally, I am. I think I missed one other one. Let me scroll up. AMC, I think the diamond hands are getting shattered. Yeah, this is it's going to be a pretty brutal gap this morning on AMC. Paper hands take paper cuts. Diamond hands get shattered. I think this one is slowly losing its steam. So it looks like a pretty bearish gap. I know a lot of folks are not. I think this is still, let's see, hard to borrow. Yeah, a lot of people aren't able to short this with shares. TOS shows it as hard to borrow there. But if you have interactive brokers or like to play puts, I would look for it to retest and then I would try to short it. FCX. Take a look at this one. Where's the long terms on this? That's almost to the 200. Hasn't hit the 200. The 200 is my green line since been over a year. Go ahead and take this line, move it right there. 200 SMA. Yeah, I would look to see if this trades down into the 200 and then potentially fade it. This is how I would play FCX. That'll go on the list. SGOC, SCOCO Group. Electronic technology, electronic production equipment. No idea what this thing is. At least it's not a SPAC. At least it doesn't say that it's a SPAC. It is have a nice little pennant pattern going on. So I could see, just from a technical perspective, that this has some continuation to the upside. I probably won't be trading this one personally. I like more like mid to large caps versus small caps like this. It would be better if it was gapping above 1464. So if I was day trading it, I would say let it break out and then retest and then take the retest. But it does have a nice little pennant pattern on the daily. It just would be much better if it was gapping here or here. JCI. Johnson Controls. Obviously been a while since I've looked at this thing. Office equipment. No real gap on this one. Pre-market. Yeah, there's like one print down there, so not really sure where it's going to open. Also does not have the greatest range. It does have a decent amount of volume, but it's just not really a great gap. If it was gapping to an all-time high or like gapping down here, I think it would be better. Good old BlackBerry. Yeah, looks like this one's gonna make its way back. Well, it is in the single digits and probably continues lower. That's really all you need to know on BlackBerry. Unless Brick Breaker makes a big time gaming comeback. Yeah, probably lower. Sundial probably going to 0 on a double black diamond ski slope. So yeah, not gonna touch that one. Meta Materials also on a train straight to 0. CCIV looks pretty rough. Where is, yeah, so you got a baby 200. Probably trades back down into there. Yeah, I don't think I would look to go long until like right before 20. And then maybe the 200 will end up coming up here. But yeah, this one also looks short. HD. I mean, every time we doubt Home Depot, it tries to go higher, but it did throw in a trap yesterday. How many people do you think went long right there? And good morning, Casey. How are you? Looks like a big time trap on Home Depot. So it could have a little bit of follow through. This one never really has the greatest pre-market. I think I would rather wait until it was hitting like the 100 because this is a pretty strong resistance up there. Tilray probably also, yeah, probably also on its way to 0. I'm not bullish on the weed sector at all, like at all. I don't believe in any of these companies. That's just me personally. If you like them, cool, but yeah, unless it's like a really great gap, I mean, I'm not gonna fade. If we were gapping up here, then maybe I would trade it bullish. Otherwise, I'm not gonna fade it bullish. And I don't think I want to short it after 4 or 5 bearish days. JKS, let's take a look. Jinko Solar, the Chinese names have really been getting beat up. It's an okay gap. It might have a little bit of room to the downside. Again, not one that I've had all that much success trading. Jinko Solar. I think there's a couple other like Sunrun. Probably a little bit better to day trade. NCLH. I thought I looked at this one already. Yeah, the cruise lines are all gapping down. I would look to fade these at some point if they throw in like a lower wick. with a lot of volume. We'll put this one on the list. They all look pretty much the same. GE. This one is also just looking a bit rough longer term. It is a retest gap, so I do think it'll fade a little bit, but then it probably rolls over. I don't think I would try this until it hits the 200. What about the other FANG big boys? I mean, Apple's been just a huge move, so it needs to pull back. It's got earnings coming up. I try to make it a point not to short Apple, so I would only look for longs. But yeah, I would really love for this thing to pull back into 137. $135. Yeah, you could do that too. I could see someone putting a little limit buy down there. Yeah, I don't personally like to short the Apple machine. Usually I go long on Tim Apple. Google still looks very strong. Again, not going to come in and short it even on this little bit of a bearish gap. I mean, look at this move. Wow, amazing. Facebook does look like a little bit of a double top. Probably comes into the 50. And then it might be worth a fade off of there. Earnings are right around the corner. You're going to hear that a lot. Again, a lot of these things are retest gaps, so let them retest a little bit before you short them. And I already have like multiple things I could do that on. I could just do that on SPY, the Qs, IWN, AMD. I mean, I just don't have to really have a ton of the same exact style of trade on the list, because that's what I think. A lot of these names that have like 4 or 5 bearish days in a row, big bearish candle gapping down, I think a little bit of a fade out the gate, and then a potential rollover. All right, I think I caught up on Miss Visa. Visa's just been cruising higher. It's retesting, needs to retest a little bit more, but I would more look long. If I was looking long, probably off of the 10 and the top of this candle right here in a strong trend. Space, yep, going much lower. I mean, this was like the easiest buy the rumor, sell the news I think anyone's ever seen on Branson going to space. Like, what else could you want from a buy the rumor, sell the news? Some poor soul paid $59.99 at 2 in the morning, 4 a.m. Eastern, and has just gotten taken straight to the woodshed. Tesla bullish. It depends on, if you're thinking day trade, swing trade, longer term. If you're buying long term, I mean, just pick up a couple shares over time. You have earnings right around the corner. We all know, I think the earnings are going to be good. It's just how the market's going to react to them. Just because a company has good earnings does not mean it's going to go up. And just because a company has bad earnings doesn't mean it's going to go down. So I wouldn't be establishing like a large position right before earnings or anything. Will we ever look at futures? Yep, we look at futures. We don't really trade them too much during the day, but we could definitely take a look at them. And again, this is why I'm thinking like a fade out the gate and then probably a roll, is you do have a little bit of an extended move overnight to the downside on the ES. Like if I come into the hourly, there's definitely a support zone in here. Right into this area. There's some support, so we'll see what the open looks like. Yeah, if you shorted up here last night, I mean, congratulations. That was a pretty solid. Let me go to the 5-minute right here. We broke this bullish candle. Maybe you got short over here and then went to bed. If your stop was up here, like, it would have taken a while, but NQ, and we have a whole futures room too in Slack. NQ eventually, I don't see why it doesn't come down to 1400. Now it can do a lot in between then, but it just looks like this is a great place for us to eventually retest. But yeah, I do think that we could have a little bit of a fade in the morning. Yeah, for the free week, Slack is not open for free. But if you join, you get access to Slack. Yeah, welcome back, Ty. Let's take a look. Pins. It's good old pin interest. Looks like that covered call expired worthless. And we're gapping down into some support, actually. Let me make sure I got this real quick. All right, let's go through. We only got 3 minutes, so let me go through these gaps. I don't want too long of a list. Do I see more downside for AMC? Yes, sir. Yep. I don't see why it wouldn't go lower. We all know how that story is going to end. It's just a matter of when. Yeah, AMD is probably number one on my list outside of like the SPY for a fade. Tesla maybe. Upwork, we'll see how it opens. American Airlines, probably a little just better location than Square. Zoom potentially short. Upwork, I think, just because of the pre-market volume's got to go towards the bottom. But yeah, all these things are fade, and then eventually a rollover. Is this a ticker? Or you want KO? It's just going to gap down, retest this big bullish candle, and then probably a little bit bullish. Let me make sure I have these all up on my broker. Tesla machine. What else do I need? American Airlines. Or is that 200 again? Let's move this line. Okay. All right. Yeah, Terry, it's just with the buyout from CRM with work. There's just really no point in trading it. So we open in about a minute. So for the first couple minutes, I will be watching. I usually at least let a 3-minute candle close, and then I will look to see what develops. Yeah, pins, I would just, I'm acquiring a little bit more on this pullback. I sold 10% of my position into 80. Had a covered call, expired worthless. Got a put sale down here, and then just buying a little bit in this zone. So we will see how the market opens. So this is the 50 down there. We're right around the 20 on the Qs. See what AMD does. And we got Tesla, American. All right. And I lost all my money. Just kidding. And it's gone. What about? No, it's gone. All right, so there's the lower wick, and then we would expect a little bit of a fade. Wow, AMD gonna go pretty quick, huh? And I'm going to let a 3-minute candle close, not setting up any 1 minute, 30-second 10-second candle trades. That's just me personally. And I'm always going to be a little bit slower on the mic versus trading, by myself, right? I don't have to alert 130 people and then alert 600 people on Slack. So you can definitely play 1 minute candles if you want. Like I might consider being in right there on the cues if I was trading by myself. So these we're all going to need a test probably. And I think we know, like if this bullish candle gets taken out, we're probably going to go lower. Let's see. A lot of volume on the cues there. IWM. Ooh, look at that lower wick. Yeah, AMD is right at the 200. So if you're already in, great job. At this point, you're probably looking to take some gains up into Friday's low. Yeah, maybe a partial right here. 85.50. Some pre-market. We might even be looking to short that now, the way it's bounced so hard. Yeah, maybe even too hard. So American, I mean, all these things are doing what we thought they were going to do, just very, very quick. Square, weird that Square's been having some trouble getting open. Zoom, FCX, a little bit lower to go. Norwegian. And yeah, if you're throwing out new tickers, I might not be able to get to them for a couple minutes because I want to see how the existing ones that I have on the list open. Yeah, that's it's not great that buying already getting taken out. Let me double check. IWM is into the bottom of this channel. Where is that? 200. Let me get another line down here. So IWM kind of in the middle of nowhere. Hughes already taking out that buying. Spy already taking out that buying. Yeah, that's not great for the bulls. I think you wanted to see that initial buying hold. Yeah, I definitely think you wanted to see that initial buying hold. It's too bad that that's not a bullish candle. About this 5 minute. Americans fading nicely off that 200. Yeah, so I would like to see us at this point now flush like into the 50 and then I think a fade since we already took that initial buying out. I thought we would get about 30 minutes to an hour worth of buying. And I don't know that we're going to get that. Alerts are going off like crazy. Yes, sir. They are indeed. If you had, a bunch of limit buys in there or areas you wanted to buy the dip, then you are probably having lots and lots of orders going off. Oh man, my spy puts are absolutely crushing it. Bullish limit buy going to hit. So you're long and you're buying puts.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch for
fancy,
some,
huh?
Gonna watch for some support get taken out, and I'll probably buy some puts, but I'm buying here on AMD.
This low a day break.
Yep. We take that out. I'll hedge with some puts.
Yeah, I'd like to see us get back above like some type of hammer candle or something. And then eventually I guess I'm a chicken. I'm going to wait for a little confirmation. Let's see how this candle can close. Because I do like the lower wick. Here's the 5 minute. Tremendous. 1 minute. Uh, 92 by 32. Let's just do. Go ahead and do 90 cents. So there is your order there. Official day trade. Go ahead and post that in there. AMD 84.92 by 84.02. And mine's going to end up being a limit buy at this point. Trigger with bracket. All right. Hopefully I don't get skipped or missed. Let's see, what's the high of this? 52. So we're going to go with 50. Yeah, I just got filled. And this is going to be 25%. It does look like we're trying to bounce across the market. So filled on AMD. So this is the target so far. Target so far. And then we'll see what happens with the rest. Target so far. But that doesn't look great. That initial pop through VWAP got sold pretty solid. But again, we're sitting right at the 200. I think the 50 is down in here also. Yeah, the 50 EMA is right in here. Let's see. 50 EMA is right in there as well. This is O2. If we take this low out though, that's probably going to be a loss. That looks like an immediate trap. I'm not doing any intraday hedging or anything, so it'll just, if it's a loss, it's a loss. The Qs, let's see, did this even get back to VWAP? It did. Slapped right off of it. Tesla is trying to hold. Tesla actually looks pretty decent right here if it can hold above VWAP. CX. Usually I start with the gaps, Jim, and then if something sets up that I play, then I just stick with that. And if nothing sets up, then I'll look for other trades. But yeah, AMD is not looking great. This is an immediate trap back through the volume weighted average price. Here is, let's see, RSI. Yeah, it's not very low. Yeah, so this is probably going to be a stop out. Newsom's hedging intraday. Probably hold those puts as a swing trade, I'm guessing. Square looks rough. Zoom looks like a short for sure. All right, so AMD we get back up into 85, I'm going to look to trim a portion off. SPY, this looks like a short now. I want to see what goes on with AMD first, if I can get the stop trailed up at all. Otherwise, if you're shorting SPY, I think this looks like a place to do it. And just a quick target into the 50. And then longer term, I have a buy set up off the 50. It's not a ton of shares. I think it's like 5 or 10. But pretty much every time the SPY hits the 50, I personally buy a few shares longer term. Yeah, Nvidia has the split coming up. So that's probably helping them. I think did they split tonight? All right. Adjust AMD. So we're trailing our stop and we're moving our 25% back down into that 85. So this is just because it immediately trapped us. We're going to look to trim a partial position off right back into 85. Play a little bit of defense. All right. Oh man, TOS is like lagged as shit. Okay, so partial off on AMD. So the new target for the rest is going to be 66. New target for the rest on AMD. So we got our partial off and we got our stop trail because it was an immediate trap. And now we should have, let me make sure my order is in my broker. 85.66. Link orders. Okay. All right. Sorry if I missed some of your messages. Obviously, a lot going on with trying to maintain this position for all of you. Alert everyone on Slack and update my broker as well. And if you're really scared because it went against you, you can always exit now for a win. Overall market bounce, so glad I didn't enter that one. My rules kept me out of that because I hadn't done anything yet on AMD. Upwork. Man, this thing had gotten just trounced the other day.
Trounced, dude.
Did you sell calls up there?
I did.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, I got these put sales had some good money on them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Over earnings, those 35 August. Absolutely.
What are you thinking on AMD? You selling all at a new high or are you going to go for like pre-market high?
So I like the fact that it's above the 50 EMA on the daily as well. Yeah, I will sell a little bit where you're at, and then I'll kind of just keep trailing the stop. I think we could go to 86 and some change today. So yeah, let's give it a little bit of time. I love your setup, man. Beautiful setup.
Thank you. Wish is green. This is the company that buys like not or sells knockoff everything, right? I don't know. This one doesn't really look great to me. It might be green today, but looks like it's on a nasty ski slope down. So NCLH tried to bounce down here. Let's see. I know someone asked about cost earlier. Yeah, Costco, new all-time high. Probably Target too, right? Nope, Target's not. Walmarto. Yep, just hanging out. So let's see. It's AMD coming into our target almost. All right, sweet. We're out. Cool. There you go. 16 minutes and you all just made money. How about that? All right. Target hit all out. So then what we do is we come over to our trade journal here, which I probably should have already had up. Let me find it. All right. So here's the trade journal. And then we'll come over here and we will enter our trade. So 7/19/2021 AMD. What's the setup again? 8492 by 8402. 8492 by 8402. This was a retest gap, right? Oh wait, we faded it. Sorry, fade 8492. 25% of 4444 is 1111. That makes it pretty easy, right? Exit price. And then the rest was 8566. All right, so 0.64 because we did take that defensive partial. And let me put that snapshot in there. There we go. Sweet. So there you are. Nice official trade there for a win. Tesla still looks like it is basing to me. Again, it's not going to be as strong of a bounce as AMD just because it's already been chopping around a lot longer. Whereas like AMD, this retrace feels a little stretched to me, like a little bit of a rubber band trade. Down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would have been 6 bearish candles in a row if today is red or black or whatever color you have for your bearish candles. So, yeah, that's why I think AMD was a little bit stronger. Don't we need 2-to-1 or 2.5 to be consistently profitable? Depends on your win rate, Mac. My win rate is over 50%. Like my win rate's actually around 60%. So I can exit for less. And it just depends on what the market gives you. So yes, generally as a rule, you need to take setups with better risk reward. The other thing is this is a fade. It's not like this is a like some crazy bullish gap and go, right? So today we're going counter trend. The trend is bearish, it's gap down, and we're buying low and we're selling into resistance, the pre-market area.
Wait, did did you say we're buying low and selling higher?
That's, yeah, well, what we try to do.
Well, it's so weird. It's so weird.
I know. It's crazy, huh? You mean we're not supposed to buy into strength and sell into super strength? Yeah, I mean AMD, it could go a little higher. If you want to trail your stop, I mean that's totally cool. The other things I did use a little bit of a larger stop size. Um, really based on like this 3 minute candle. But if my stop would have been right here, I would have got tagged out. Like my stop was right at low of day. I would have got tagged out and then it would have reversed. So but yeah, and the overall market I still think looks weak to me. Just the fact that we took out this initial buying, we did throw in this one trap. It still it feels a little weak, a little heavy. American Airlines, I'm glad I didn't take that one. Is at the 200 now. Square's trying to bounce. Zoom. Zoom looks like a short to me. I wanted to short it up here on a retest. I don't really think it's going to do that. FCX has yet to hit the 200. NCLH, it got a little bit of buying and kind of just hanging out now. And Upwork, a little bit of a fade. We are also really extended off the point of control. Is another reason like I want to sell into these like lower value areas, and you can always re-add or rebuy if you really want to down here.
It's a beautiful lesson, man, on AMD. It was a great trade. Like, you were scared, worried, didn't want to get stopped out, whatever, but left your stop, didn't panic. I've panicked, sold it to low before in my career.
Yeah, right at that pre-market low.
Yeah, or the pre-market low, just panic sell and get
Uh,
scared. So, we don't want to lose. It's never fun, but it happens. And especially for day traders, but that's a great trade, man. I mean, just a good buy into that support area, sell at that resistance area. Good look.
Especially if it just poops its pants from here now. And then SPY, let me just again double check my long-term account. I'm pretty sure I set that buy up this morning. Yeah, good. That one's good to go. Amazon, I think my order went off. Yep. Okay. Um, am I using leverage on your day trades? Yes, I will use leverage. I didn't have to for that one, Jam, because it was only, I think I did 500 shares of AMD. What is that, like 40, 50 grand? So yeah, I didn't have to use margin on that, but yeah, we do use, I'm flagged as a pattern day trader, so I get 4-to-1 intraday margin. That's another reason why I like to trade like big cap stocks with tons of volume, because if I'm using leverage, I want to make sure I can get in and get out, let alone like everybody else is trading too. But yeah, I want to make sure I can get in and get out. Yeah, Donna, I have a small order down at the 50 on SPY. So it's the 50 every time the wrong annotation. Every time the SPY hits the 50, I buy like 5-10 shares. It's also like off of this prior high. But I also sell, like if we go up 10 days in a row, like I always trim it a little bit too. Not from a standpoint of it's like, let's say I save myself $10 on 5 shares by selling up here and then rebuying. It's not a lot of money, but it gets me in the habit of selling into strength and buying into weakness. So cat, there definitely is some support here, but we're already taking out the 200. And on the weekly, it is very up there. We got the weekly 50, so I'd see if it can get through. Let's see, has it came through 200 yet? I like round numbers. So I would probably see if it can break through 200, and then if it can like do like what's called a flush, like I call it a flush out. So it flushes through 200 and then immediately goes back above 200 and like washes everyone out there. NVDA. Nvidia at this point, I think most of the bullish move is probably done on Nvidia. We traded right into this area where there was a lot of. It's probably the. Oh no, the POC was down here. Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of chop around here. It's already traded there, so I think the bullish move on Nvidia is done. The market's rolling over. So we didn't even really get 30 minutes of buying. So I think we're gonna go lower. We're gonna go lower.
I have a question. Robert, can you sell high and buy low?
You can do that too. Yeah, you can sell to open.
Got it.
Yeah, so if we were really cool, I guess we would have not only sold, but we would have sold to open there, and then we'd be buying to cover now.
Not that cool though.
Yeah, definitely not that cool. Yeah, it looks like we have a little more selling in store on a few things. What's the TLT doing today? The TLT, wow, yields are just like collapsing, huh? JP Morgan and Morgan, not looking all that healthy. Glad I didn't get triggered into that swing trade. CRM, that looks a little rough. That covered call is Dunzo. Okay, SPY just went to 424 and flashed through it. Seriously, come on. Just like 40 cents lower for my 5 shares. What about Beyond Meat? This one also looked really. This is a pretty bad close on Friday below this high wave candle. I feel like Beyond's coming back into 109, 108 and change. Legal Zoom I've been watching. I didn't hear any orders go off on Roblox. Yeah, it's not really down that much. Micron looked like it was a pretty bearish gap. And this looks like it's falling off of a cliff. Yeah, NCLH looks weak. So the other thing that I know someone mentioned earlier is about like the risk reward. So the other rule that I have. So unfortunately, if I make less than 0.7 R on a day trade, I cannot take another one because I cannot go green to red. And so because I played defense here and took that partial early, even though we hit this other target, I'm not going to be able to take another day trade because I'm not going to go green to red. If I put an R at risk and I lose 0.8 and I only made 0.65, yeah, because I heard the whole point of trading is to make money. So if I've made money and I don't give it back, then you can do that, Blazing. I try not to do that too much anymore. I used to do that, but I try not to do that anymore. I try to use the same R amount. The only time that I don't do that is if I'm scaling into a position. So if I have, I don't know, let's say like SPY, I was shorting like a retest or something. And so like I had an entry for a half here and an entry short for a half up here that never filled. So it's like, then, okay, I'm only in a half a position, right? Like I only shorted there and then it never got up here. Unless I were to add here, it retraces up and then short. That's usually the only time I try to not have a full position size. You can do that. I'm mean, I made $300 in like 16 minutes. So just clicking buttons, hanging out with all of you. And I got the SPY puts that are rocking it. Really thanks to Tony. Tony convinced me to get that.
Is Tony the name for the moon phase? Is that your new name?
It was the moon phase. It was selling my swings. They were all profitable. And no, I was listening to Tony and he's like, we need a pullback. I was like, you know what? We do need a pullback. Not only am I selling, I'm buying a put. So right up
Love
there.
it. Love it. 4 up days in a row, all-time highs, absolutely surging in the markets. Buy low, sell high. I get it.
Yep. Yep. And I mean, look at this divergence. It seemed like it was pretty clear to me.
Yep.
Especially on the Qs. I mean, we hadn't been this high since like almost that September, like top. Remember that top of the market call?
Yep.
Oh, we hadn't been that high in a while on the Qs. And we're coming into earnings. Everybody knows it's going to be good. It's just too much money being made.
Now, some of the questions that were coming in the chat pane are what indicators do you use? And you're pulling up the RSI. How often do you look at that?
Only like, so let's say if we're coming into all-time highs, like then I'll pull it up, right? So like now that we're down here, like other than showing people like, oh, hey, look, there was divergence. Like I'm not really going to look at it probably until like, I don't know, let's say we start just ripping lower into the 100, then I'll try to look at, okay, like, are we going to start to see some bullish divergence off the 100? Like then I'll look at it. That kind of thing, or just to basically confirm what I'm seeing. So it's like, I don't need, let's say like this selling right here on AMD. Like I don't really need RSI to tell me this is getting oversold, right? Like if I pull it up, I already know, but some of that comes from experience. But you can see it's like if I pull it up, it just confirms what I'm already guessing. So it's like if we're getting oversold like that, I think of that as like a rubber band stretching, and that rubber band needs to pull back before it can like re-stretch again.
Yep.
And so I would expect some type of pullback. So that's an indicator. Obviously, the long terms are the 100, 200, and then intraday I use the volume weighted average price, the 10 and the 20. If I had to only pick one, it would be VWAP. I think is the outside of obviously price and volume are the most important. Other than that, it would be the volume weighted average price. And that's why I was quick to play defense with the partial, is because this wick through the volume weighted average price I saw as a sign of weakness and not strong, that we didn't close back above VWAP, because that's really what I wanted to see when we are getting filled on a break back above this bearish candle. I want to see a close back above VWAP. Since that didn't happen, that's why I was a little more defensive on that 25% exit. And now, like, this is actually a really good sign. Like now I would have my stop there for sure. You have a pivot right off of VWAP. If we break that down, in my opinion, the bullish trade's completely over. And then sometimes I will use the intraday volume profile as well. But I don't like to leave it on because it's just too much stuff. Too much stuff. Weird. Why is Tesla bearish? I mean, we traded up to resistance. We threw it in a trap. It was a gap down. We did retest gap. We did retest a little bit, and we had a little battle between some sellers and some buyers. And right now, it's looking like the sellers are winning, especially with a break below. I'm not sure if this is an exact tweezer. Almost. I mean, 6 cents away. So yeah, those are the indicators. And if I had to, I could trade without indicators and just candlesticks. Especially the longer you trade, like you'll be able to just see where the moving averages are. So I mean, I don't think Tesla does anything super crazy. until earnings, but I don't know. It definitely doesn't look strong. This was a really strong trap. What was the other day? This was a pretty good trap, and then this right here was a really solid trap. I think a lot of people got triggered in bullish. I mean, we tried to day trade it and lost on that pennant pattern.
Yep.
Now it's retested it and failed again. So I think it's just gonna chop around until earnings. SPY, did we touch the 50? SPY did touch the 50. So we do have a little bit of a bounce coming in. We'll see if that holds.
Peloton's one of the stronger stocks out there.
Peloton.
I'm playing that little 3-minute hammer right there that you see.
This one?
No.
This one?
Yeah.
Ooh. It's got some great volume. So what are your thoughts on this? I know people have different thoughts on like this candle. It's like, oh, Jeremy, that's bearish volume. What would you say to that?
Well, I know you're going to pop into the 1 minute. But I do like to try to keep it as easy as possible and just trade a major time frame. I would say that there was absolutely some sellers that came in, and there are some people who are trying to short it. They might not be primarily shorts, but there are people shorting. But the long lower shadow, really good trend. You got mostly buyers with some people who are trying to be ignorant and short it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like I look at it, I don't care that that's red or green. What I care is like the formation of this candle, right? So it traded all the way down, traded all the way back up. So that shows that there's definitely some buying pressure. And now we're back above. So for every buyer, there's a seller. So all I care about is who's right. Well, it looks to me like for now, at least, whoever bought it in this candle is the ones that are right. Whoever shorted it in this volume are wrong because it's going against them after the fact and they're losing money. But yeah, and you can always zoom in. So yeah, you can see that as well. It's like, here's your, this is also cool. Look at that. It's like a perfect morning star reversal. That 3-minute candle when you break it down into the 1 minutes. And a lot of that volume's on this buying side. But yeah, Peloton looks pretty decent. Where are those longer terms? You got the 100. Got a nice high wave candle here. We did break above it. I don't want to see us push back through that relatively quick. IWM. Yeah, it might be reversing. I'm actually going to look to, let me go look just real quick. And I want to see a little hedging with options because I bought the August 217. I bought it for $6. I bought it for $5.79. It's worth 10 now. So what could I sell? I could sell the 200 for three. I might have to wait a little. I could sell the 208 right now and have a free trade. I know it's a little more advanced, not necessarily day trading, but I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and show you guys here. So like this is my longer term position. So my average trade price is 162. It's like I'm up over $4,000 still, but I bought this protective put for $5.79.
Such a good trade.
Yeah, so that's up 463.
Dirty.
So I could literally sell this put right here. So that would make it a free trade. My insurance would be free. It would cap my downside protection to the difference. It would be 217 minus 208. So that would be what, $9? I think I might wait just a little longer. I really was going
wait just a little bit. I think she could keep going, man. It's a good gap on a Monday, you know?
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Look at this weekly. Ugh.
Yeah. I think we could retest and go a little bit lower. We're kind of high, so you might as well get some. Great trade though, man. Way to hedge with options like a pro.
Yeah, I did not want to buy on this day. I literally waited until the last minute And I'm like, where is it gonna close? And it was like right on my line. I'm like, oh, screw it. It's like if we rampage, it's like I could just lose a couple $100 on the hedge. So I followed the plan and I bought the put. No, I didn't want to. Like no one ever likes buying insurance, right?
No, never. Never. Like I don't like like car insurance, life insurance, health insurance. I'm like, this is so stupid. Why am I paying for this?
Yeah.
And then,
Yep.
oh yeah, this is why I paid for that.
Yeah, and the great thing about stock insurance is like you can buy it whenever you want. You don't always have to have it. You can sell it whenever you want. And you don't have to pay for, like home insurance, what, you buy a whole year at a time? Or it's
Right.
like here I bought literally 1 month worth of protection. So pay them premiums and fight for a claim. Yeah, I don't have to fight with anyone. I can literally just sell it like right now. I don't have to have an appraiser come take a look at my stock and try and say, oh no, we can repair that for less or any of that mumbo
I'm doing
jumbo.
that right now. I'm finding an insurance guy for my house because he's like, he wants to rip up the carpet, take it to a cleaner,
Oh
clean
my
it, and then
goodness.
restitch it rather than buy new carpet.
Carpet's so cheap.
Bro, this guy, this guy.
Oh man.
I'm like,
What
dog, you
insurance
come and
company?
clean my carpet with a toothbrush and you resew it. How about that?
What insurance company? Let's short them.
It's a small private company. I think it's
Oh,
called
see,
Shelter. I don't know if they're
should have
traded.
gone with like Travelers or
Yeah.
one of the big boys. Speaking of travelers, look at this thing. Longer term, oh man, it's been crushing. And then I think PGR did have a pullback over here, but bounced pretty nicely. That's been in a solid trend. You've been distracted. Am I still in AMD? I am not in AMD. We actually got out at our target. Yep, this was the trade right here. And we sold at 85.66. So yeah, you should if you had that order in, you made money. How do I get the price tags? Oh, these it's pivot high and low. So just come into FX and then search pivot. Is it pivots? Yeah, pivots HL. Pivots high and low. Can I show Peloton? So I think Jeremy's setup was, if I'm guessing, it was like a little bit of a limit entry right there. The stop down here. I would do 82 by $42.40. Guessing is what, something like that. There's his chart. There you go. Peloton, aka Pelothian. We like to mispronounce all the names because it's funny.
No, we like to mispronounce the names because I can't spell.
Oh, I thought it was just because it was funny.
Yeah, no. That's
Palantir.
I say everything phonetically. I'm like, this is the way it should sound. But
Yeah.
anyway, I just got out of AMD. So if you guys are in AMD still, well done either way. Awesome trade, Falco. Beautiful, beautiful setup. Nice risk. I had a whole dollar. I should have had less, I guess, but it's good. Good little
Yeah.
trade.
Yeah. We're never going to sell the exact high, but we did sell into a high. There definitely was a pivot point here. So that's also good to recognize. It's like, why did I pick this number? And it's because of all of this pre-market right in here. And then this target right here, I like to front run them a little bit. So since that says 68, I'm like, hey, I'm going to sell at 66. You can see an upper wick, and a lower wick. So that was a pivot point. Let's see, that's it. There is. I think this is just what it's originally set at. I don't think I messed with it. But yeah, just So even like setting this target, right? Like I can see that says 85.68 versus like having to hover over it. That's basically what I use it for. Just makes it a little bit easier for me to know the where to put my orders and what to type in.
So
Spot.
can you go through 3 reasons why you played that AMD trade again?
So the first one is on the daily. Let me just hide all this. That green line is the 200 moving average. We have had 5 bearish days in a row. So we're gapping down for a sixth day. And the 200 was there. And then the other reason was this candle on the 3 minute right here with the volume weighted average price. So I just wanted to break back above. Oh, I draw that. It's going to bring them all back. So I just wanted a break back above that. And the reason I put my stop down here is because of this pre-market. Like I didn't want to just stick my stop right there or there in case it did throw a wick down. That's the only reason my stop was down here. And yeah, if we break back above this hammer candle, back above anyone who shorted here, and back up through the volume weighted average price, that was 3. And so like that was an immediate trap. So that tells me that I did not get in at the best spot. I sold it, or I bought into a little bit of resistance there, which my buy should have actually been here. Like I should have bought the low of day break.
Yeah, of course. You should have always gotten in at the exact low of the day.
Well, not the exact low, but I could have got in at 37 or
Sure you
36.
could.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, that's what we always want.
yeah, that was it.
I think one of the most frustrating things about buying, I think probably the most frustrating thing about buying is every single time I've ever bought a trade, it's always gone a little bit lower. Like I've never buy the low, and that annoys me. Why is that? Why do I never buy the low, Robert?
You're never really gonna get the exact low. I mean, unless because you don't know. Like it's really easy to be like, oh, that's why it bounced there, but there's all kinds of reasons why it could have bounced at any of those spots. And so I think the expectation that you're going to buy the exact low is just very, very difficult. And you're always going to come up short of that expectation. And
So,
because hunters comment, because you're one penny Newsome, so you buy higher.
so you're saying we should come up with the expectation that we're not going to buy the exact low, and when we buy, we have to be totally comfortable and okay with it going a little bit red first. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Yep. Especially like longer term positions. Like let's say like roadblocks right now. Like I just got filled on some more roadblocks. So I bought, you were at my house. I was buying at 80. And then I bought a little bit more right here. And I bought a little bit more. Let's see, where did I get filled today? Oh, my spy order just got triggered. Roblox 74.82 is where I bought some more today. But well, it's like that lower level on my longer term pyramid, I have to lose on my shares that I bought at 80. Like they have to go red in order for me to get my larger pyramid. So it's like I shouldn't get upset. Like I should be happy when it goes down to my lower level. And Nancy Pelosi's in this one. She's the greatest trader of all time. But yeah, it's definitely it sucks when you get triggered in and it goes lower, especially like if I did trade this more aggressive, like I would have had a better risk reward, but I would have gotten literally wicked out and then it would have just rampaged higher.
Yeah.
And then I would have had to play it again if I got wicked out like that. But I probably would have tried to buy a retest somewhere in here. And I don't know, depending on where it was, like obviously it would have gotten filled if I put it right there. But depending on where it was on this candle, I might have canceled when it rotated. I don't know. So
Gotcha. And your boy Patrick is playing Lake, Lake bullish. Looks pretty okay on a day chart. It's a swing trade, like small cap play, but it looks kind of interesting, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a double bottom right here with a neckline retest.
Yeah.
I would be trimming some right here, and then I would have a target right here. Because again, this is counter trend. The trend on this one, a little bit longer term, is down. I think this is like a mask play, right? So yeah, I'd be trimming some there, and then I think my target would be up here somewhere.
What's your percentage chances you think the world has a lockdown again?
I think certain parts of the world will. Yeah, like I think Europe will definitely lock down again. Certain spots in Europe. China might have some. I don't think a lot of other Asian countries like Singapore will. The U.S. I don't think will. Maybe like certain like counties and cities, but yeah, I don't think people are gonna put up with it. So I'm not a believer in like all the Pokemon variants. It's like more variants in Pokemon cards. Can you catch them all? So Canada, yeah, maybe.
By the way, I'm gonna trail out of here on Peloton, stack some wood, build me a house of profits.
There you go. Nice. So Jeremy's exiting there. So why did you take this trade?
All right, let's talk through it. So pop up to the daily chart for me. So, because again, the big takeaway I think for a lot of us who are here listening to Robert and maybe even myself is when we're day trading, we do check the daily chart. We get our sentiment and our idea from the daily. We want to have a general idea of what we're doing based on the daily. Then we zoom into a smaller time frame and play that momentum. So, step one, it was bouncing off the long-term moving averages, which was the 100, which is Robert's red line. Number two, you had an inside day candle on Friday. So that creates a little bit of compression, right? So some people are saying, oh, I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see. And then I actually got this one from Tony's comment in the chat pane. So Tony said, Peloton looks strong. And that was it. That's the way he just typed it into the chat pane. So I pulled up Peloton and I looked at it and I was like, yeah. And so all of those factors kind of came in. Just saw a lot of bull volume. This is when the market looks a little bit weak and Peloton was already up 2%. So I said, okay, market's down, Peloton's up, inside candle, bear candle, bouncing off the 100. Let me zoom in and wait for an S curve. The perfect hammer, I mean, the hammer of hammers came in. I have to take it. I have to take that hammer. If I don't take that hammer, I'm just a horrible human. I just don't deserve to be trading. So I had to set it up and just got out for 1.35.
So why not take like a breakout of this candle?
Valid question. I would have 7 years ago. I would have bought all the shares right there. But the reason I did not mainly is because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bull candles in a row. So when you have a lot of bull candles in a row, your main goal is to not take breakouts. Allow that S curve to come in, build that muscle of patience. Because yes, could it keep running, go all the way up to 1,500,000 share dollars, and you miss all the money? Absolutely, and that will happen. There'll be trades where that occurs. We promise. But generally, after that main candles, you're going to get some rest. You're going to get some retest, and then hop in.
Yeah, the S curves definitely revolutionized my trading. I know we have a couple of really great videos on that. The other thing is like going back to RSI. I bet right here we were quote unquote overbought. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow. See, it's like at a certain point you don't really need to look at it, but if you wanted to have that to help confirm like, hey, I need to wait. I should probably not be taking a breakout when the RSI is at 87. I should probably wait for it to pull back a little bit, and there you go. So that definitely can help you. What broker and percentage leverage do you usually use? So I use TOS, TD Ameritrade. I get 4-to-1 intraday buying power. I don't always need it. Usually it's only on like bigger stocks or like when SPY had very small range. I mean, I've used literally all my buying power on SPY for a day trade or the Qs or something like that. Like all of it. Because I know it's like this is the most liquid trading instrument like on the planet practically. And then I do have an interactive brokers account. This is just specifically so I can short stocks that I often can't short on Thinkorswim. And it's nice to have two accounts. Like, let's say I do want to let's say I have shares of AMD in my normal trading account for whatever reason, but I still want to day trade it, then I'll just pop over to IB and then trade it over there. And that way I don't have to try and like day trade options, which you can do. I just personally like shares a lot better. So hopefully that answers your question, JM. Thoughts on Tesla rebounds? It's got a little bit of a bounce here, but it looks like it's failing VWAP. This is one that I don't know. To me, kind of looks like a little bit of a bearish S curve. If it breaks back and holds back above the volume weighted average price, then you could try to look at it bullish, but I wouldn't play it bullish until it is holding back above VWAP, unless it does like some type of double bottom. Otherwise, still looks a little weak. Like the Qs, I mean, it's trying to bounce. SPY, I don't know. I think SPY is still gonna go a little bit lower. IWM might be trying to bounce down here. Again, still held down by VWAP a little bit. Tesla, American's definitely going lower. FCX hasn't made it to the 200. Norwegian definitely looks like it is sinking. And then Peloton sounds like yeah, great spot to exit that, hitting the 10 and the 20. Plantar fasciitis, aka Palantir, is into some support. What about Corsair? This has been starting to approach a buy spot, I think. What was that hammer that we played? It was all the way over. We're almost there. Remember this hammer we played? We played this as an official swing trade, and that was phenomenal. So this thing's been going sideways for a very long time. I like the company. I know how they make money, etc. Take a look at Chewy. This is into some support here. IBM. It's kind of a weak gap. Yeah, Caterpillar's in a little bit of trouble. Goldman. Fortnite, I don't know why. I just have never gotten in this. I just stare at it going higher. Workday is definitely into some support. These were just some stocks I was watching for potential swings. HPQ, this was a great short right there. Zoom and then Upwork. Upwork's trying to bounce. Did you already buy to close those short calls? I'm sure you probably did. First Solar's at the 100, filled that gap. What about Disney? Yeah, the Q's is, it's trying. This it looks like a double top. Amazon filled that gap. Apple. Oh man, that open gap on Apple almost near. It kind of reminds me of the Microsoft one though. From over here, that eventually ended up filling. Airbnb. Yeah, I mean you're into some support on Airbnb. Oh, but it's looking a little rough. I will say that the last time I tried to book an Airbnb, the cleaning fees were like so expensive that it was cheaper to stay in a hotel. So I think some people are starting to get carried away. I think it's gonna hurt their booking with like all the add-on fees that they're charging. Baba, what's Baba doing? Where's my So I have an August 190 put sale on Baba. Baba still looks weak to me, and this island reversal scares me. So I thought that maybe like this rotation, we would come up and at least fill that island reversal before we rotated down, and we haven't. So the longer, like I do have this put sale down here, which I'm willing to own it, but I'll be more aggressive playing defense. The longer this island reversal stays open, the worse it is for Baba. And by island reversal just means open gap there and an open gap here. So that's a very, like if you come in and you see like you're day trading on this day and you see that, hey, this is now an island reversal here, that's an excellent sign that you could end up taking that thing short. I think we have a, oh wait, it's not working. I need to restart this.
You know I'm all about that gap, no candle. I'm all about that gap, no candle. I'm all about that gap.
We also like to have fun. We have our own custom stonk songs. So yeah, Baba's definitely into some support. Just be careful owning some of the Chinese stocks. The bouncing screen, I just hold my mouse down and then move it back and forth. Yeah, of all the things to ask about. 10 cent. I know Kathy Wood has been unloading this company. I would personally not hold this company right now, only because I cannot hedge it because it's an over-the-counter stock. There's no options, so that's why I'm comfortable with Baba, because it's like worst case scenario, I can like buy long puts, and I'm protected if like all this stuff goes crazy with the Chinese names. But other than that, like all these Tal, EDU, EDU, Go To, I think used to be GSX. Yeah, no, heck no. Neo, I'm actually surprised, has been holding up relatively strong. It is at the 100 right here. I feel like it should go much lower, but I don't know if it's going to. Square, every time I look at this weekly, it's all these lower highs worries me just a little bit. PayPal was up there. I just still think we need a pullback. I don't think we're gonna bottom out an hour into the day, so I think we go lower. We came right into the volume weighted average price, and we're selling off of it. Shorting pins for a day trade. I wouldn't short it until it got back up to like 69, 68, 85, something like that. Somewhere up here. Read Kevin's comment on Slack. Love short opportunities day trading. Usually work out so much faster than longs. 2.0 AR on SPY short and 0.62 R on AMD long, thanks to Robert. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Congrats. You click the buttons. Ron's adjusting his stop on, I thought it was play. What is PLY? Playa? What's up, Playa? Yeah, you're in the green. PLYA. Playa Hotels and Resorts. Yeah, not the greatest volume, so that's the only thing I would watch out for, is just your ability to get out of this thing. But it did gap down into some support. Let's see what else out there. Let's look through some of these. There's some stocks that I'm in. Apple's pulling back a little bit. Apps, did this thing bounce off of? Not quite off the 200. Activision's pretty close to the 200. DP's getting hammered. But gold. RF, my namesake. Oh no. It's like a Head and Shoulders. Rock You. Square. Johnson and Johnson. Oh, that's a nasty candle today. Amhill. Board pins. Planner. Roblox. MRIN. Yeah, this is one of those, like, this was a penny stock, right? It's not anymore, but so parabolic moves like this, like you might get one more move. Like you usually get a run up like this, the big drop, usually get one more, and then it's just gonna go like this. And then like 6 months from now, it'll have another pop, and then it'll go like this. You some people can trade these things a lot better than me. I just don't really trade them like at all. But yeah, I don't think this is gonna get a short squeeze. I think it's just gonna keep going lower slowly. What's my opinion on FCX daily? It's almost into the 200, and I see why it would fade a little bit today. I did have it on the list to fade, but I'd like for it to hit the 200. We did have some, I think we sold puts on it over here, but I bought those back when it traded up into this. So yeah, if you don't mind owning some, and you want, let's see, I don't know, is there money down at like 24? No, not really. Not for August. There's money at 30. Obviously, what about 26? 26, there's like 28 cents, so that's 1% for August. You're basically selling insurance, and if it goes down there, then you're obligated to buy it. So the Q's just made a new low. I don't know, team. The Q's looks like it wants to fall off of a cliff to me. I understand it's a retest gap, but we did retest a little bit. It's very extended. And the only thing holding this thing up the last few days has been like Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and they're all starting to sell. Like this is one of the ugliest all-time highs if you've looked across like a lot of different stuff of the tech sector. Robert Thompson's got bear put spreads on the Qs. Makes sense. You know, like all of these on Momo are short. L-Doc's actually up today. Look at that. So I mean, I wouldn't be shorting the low of day, but I'm not going long yet. And just from a timing standpoint, it's just not quite. I'm on mountain time, so usually I'll look to, unless it fades right away, like the first hour, on big down days, I'll usually look to let it sell for like 2 hours, and then look for some bullish opportunity. WGO. Yeah, it's tough to day trade because it's a little spready, not the greatest volume. I feel like I played that pretty much as perfectly as I could on the swing trade. And a few people asked, why did I sell into the 50? And it's because last time it hit the 50, it sold. So when it hit the 50 here, I gave it a chance. And when it rolled over on this day, I just exited. Because the trend is bearish, so we're going counter trend. And it's trading into the primary moving average. It's been resisting. That's why I took a small win on that one. Tesla just threw in a nice bull candle. So that could be a little bear trap. We're back above the VWAP here. So depending on whether or not you have in your plan to wait for a close, could take some type of entry here with a stop here. Again, I personally, since I made less than 0.7, I can't take another day trade, but this is one that someone could consider. Ben, is she sick though, or is she just she like feel fine or have like a stuffy nose? Like people still get sick. Yeah, like I don't think it's really newsworthy that people still get sick. I don't know, that's just me. I don't want to get into like a big battle with everybody, but I just like the flu shot. I got the Russian Sputnik vaccine early, so I'm good. There's the lower wick on the Qs. We'll see if it bounces there. Again, I think it's a little bit early for us to fade. But this is into some support on SPY. Again, I did buy a whopping 5 shares on SPY at 422.75. Is where my order went off. 422.67 was the low. You're welcome. I caused the SPY to bounce. You can thank me later. Yep, I agree, Rob. There's NCLH, CCL, and RCL. The RCL is bouncing. This one sold off a little bit more all the way into this retest gap. That's kind of neat. So same thing. If one did want to play a double bottom on SPY, you could play it somewhere down here. But again, just keep in mind, this is the first time we're hitting this moving average since the original selling started. And this is what played out on Friday. Like everyone thought, like this is the double. This is why I would just have caution. This is the double bottom. Boom. We did roll lower and then we ended up bouncing. But if we tried to play this, that first one caught you. Same thing on the Qs. A lot of folks thought it was this. We traded right in that primary moving average and then rolled over. So just something to keep in mind. We were getting walked down all day over here. Chewy, yeah, Chewy. I like Chewy in here. I know some folks tried to play this hammer right here, which I think it just kind of got caught up in the market selling. So it was definitely a good hammer candle. It just depends. Like if you had your stop down here somewhere, but it would have been okay. Otherwise, just a little too early. Yeah, pins has a little bit of strength. Did my order go off on pin interest? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I got missed by 12 cents. A low day on Pinterest. Cool. Bad. Darn it. Oh well. Invite. Yeah, Invite definitely is into some support. This is one. This is one that I think we were trying to use options, and the option just like did not trigger us in over here. But yeah, there is some support down here on Invite. Just again, you're trying to play counter trend, and just don't expect anything massive unless you're accumulating for a longer move. Coin, like the worst IPO in a long time. Maybe coming in for a triple bottom if there is such a thing. Down into here. But just horrible IPO. Terrible. Probably the worst IPO since like Lyft. Yeah, Lyft was pretty bad too. You have a question about sentiment. I really dig looking for people that are trapped by a candle intraday though. How much candles looking back? Let's say a 3-minute chart. Would it make sense to look back and assume that there are still people trapped? Your logic says if it's enough time, they might take. Yeah, so I get what you're saying. I think it just depends on. So I don't know. Let's say like AMD. Let's say like this candle. So we tried to get in here, but let's say this candle. If someone was shorting, let me just delete all this. So if someone was shorting this breakdown, where do you think they had their stop? I would say probably here. Maybe some that were being conservative were there. So it's like they get triggered in and then boom, okay, they're immediately stopped out. So right there. But these folks that had their stop all the way here, like they're not stopped out yet. So there's still another layer of folks that are probably short from somewhere down here to get stopped out. And they're stopped out there. So yeah, look for their stops, and then you also have to look at like now bulls are getting in. So it's like we're obviously not buying here. Like that's really dumb. So if there's some bulls buying this breakout like this, like that's not smart. It's like you could have bought like anywhere in here, and it's like you're gonna buy the high of day breakout? No. So it's like that's why they immediately get trapped. We were selling into them. So then you're going to have like some folks are going to try to short this probably. And then you have long. So it's like as long as we don't take out, in my opinion, this is the strongest candle. So as long as we don't take that out, and like I think it's in the beginner course, it might be the intermediate one, the long day candle. It's the biggest bullish candle. We really shouldn't retrace like more than 50% through that. And we should not go back below the volume weighted average price now that we have a really strong close above it. So we wick into it and then we bounce off of it. So it's like now it's not just about shorts being trapped. It's also like the intraday sentiment has shifted bullish. So then you could stay in if you wanted to. So does that help? Yeah, I mean you can consider some pre-market, but there's not a lot of volume there. Terry is in square 227 by 226. 27 and change. Yeah, it looks good. My stop would definitely be under here. Yep, I would have a partial right here at this resistance, somewhere in here. And then I think my final target would be somewhere up here. 232, 60, 70, something like that. Chris says, what do I think about CCL put? Long put, short put? You can go long and short, so I'm not sure which direction you're talking about. Are you going to sell the put? You're going to buy the put. No, I would not buy it now. Like we literally just did like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 probably. Yeah, you're buying a put at support. So if you still think that it's going to go lower, wait for it to retest up into here and then buy the put up there. Just my opinion. We're pretty extended. Again, you can go back to like the RSI. Like I can see this, but maybe for a newer trader, this is good to pull up a little more. You can see we're pretty extended to the downside. So if it trades back up into like 21 and change, 22, and you think it's got one more roll, then that's where I would buy the put. FCX, no, looks like it's bouncing. So we're on 5-minute charts now, so we're a little later in the day. We're almost at VWAP. See if the overall market gets a VWAP or slapper. Q's trying to battle it. IWM looks pretty decent. That doesn't look too bad on Tesla. You could even buy a retest still now. AMC. So AMC did roll lower. You had short covering. The apes are trying to buy it up. I would probably short it again back up here. If I was playing it. Short the apes. Yep. Yeah, this whole like, oh, there's so many people short AMC. It's like, no, there's not. No, there isn't. It's more, there's more people caught long than there are short now. Micron. Yeah, Micron was also extended to the downside, so a little bit of a fade. I mean, makes sense, but now you're getting back into an area where, like, I think if you went long, you're probably looking to take profits, and now some patient shorts are coming in to probably sell this thing. I don't believe in the hedge fund short squeeze theory on AMC, not anymore. No. There definitely was some at the beginning, but I think their total float has like quintupled, at least quadrupled. There was like 100 million shares, now there's like 500 million shares. They've issued way too much stock. Yeah, they've issued way too much stock. If you short AMC, could it be hard to get out of the position? No. No, there's plenty of volume. Plenty of volume. It's just whether or not your broker will let you short it. But there were just much easier trades today. There's much easier. Like, that's why I didn't keep adding to the list. And it's like, AMD was on the top of my list because I felt like this was the sentiment read was a little bit easier, at least for me. Tesla. I think there's just a lot other easier trades. Peloton. Everyone's out of that one, I think. Nvidia, yeah, Nvidia is fading pretty solidly. So it splits, I think it splits tomorrow, right? Yeah, so I think if you buy it today, you'll split tomorrow. On SPY, with the bounce off the 50, why do you only buy small amounts of shares? Generally because it's like I always keep a pretty large chunk of SPY, Donna. This is like longer term stuff. So it's like I generally always keep a pretty sizable chunk of a SPY position, and then I trade around it. So I never like want to sell all of it. Yeah, yeah. I already have a base of shares, and then like I'll allow myself to go to a certain amount percentage of my portfolio. I sell it into strength, and it kind of shrinks back down, and then I'll look to expand it again. And then like off the 100 and 200 is where I'm more like I'm loading up. Like when we went all to cash over here, like I was loading up here. I was reloading. And if we come down into here, I'll buy a bigger chunk. And if we come down into here, I'll buy a bigger chunk. Jeremy, are you still here? Or Tony? Okay. I'm going to hit the restroom real quick. Be right back. Give me like 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What is my thoughts on the trend for the new days on next few days? So this is a retest gap, so I would expect that we retest a little bit and then that we roll back over. I think we need a pullback. It's been like a very long time since we've hit the 100, and it's been over a year since we've hit the 200. And I don't really see a whole lot of catalysts for us to go higher. I don't think the whole Delta, variant Pikachu thing is like a long-term like issue, but I think the news is going to pump it, short-term might cause just an excuse for people to take profits. Same thing, like Q's is a retest gap, so I think we retest a little bit, fill the gap, and then roll over a little bit. Can you scale into puts 3 weeks out? If you're doing puts on a swing trade, I would wait for an up day. If you don't already have them, See if we get a little bullish candle like that, and that's when I would buy them. Unless they're like protective puts, like, you know, if I had a couple hundred shares of the Qs and I hadn't hedged, you know, then if we close like below this candle, then I'd probably hedge it. Kind of the same thing with IWM. I only had 100 left. I think I got called away at like 223 or something like that, somewhere over here. So I got called away on some, and I only had 100 left. We came down here and bounced, and I just said, all right, if we take this candle out, we close below it, I'm buying puts. A put, because I only have 100 shares. Thoughts on Square. The swing Q calls for a gap fill. I mean, you could. I'm not doing that at this moment, but you could. Thoughts on Square coming up on the 100 from the bottom. Yeah, it's probably putting in. It might go a little bit higher, but I just don't know how high it's going to go today. How much higher? Yeah, the Qs, I would just more likely look for a day trade bullish if possible. But again, I still think it's kind of a little early. Like SPY still looks weak to me. SPY still looks weak. Etsy. Yeah, nice little pennant pattern on Etsy down there. Little pop. All this accumulation down here off the 200, that was pretty money.
Look at this support line. I do it and it looks just fine. How did our accounts get so red? And what the hell is on Jeremy's head?
This is just too good of a line not to hit some Nickelback. Yeah, very nice move there. Amwell, it is up. It's green, and I can't argue with that. It's got a long way to go, but maybe it's the start of something cool. Moderna, yeah, I don't know, team. I don't know why this is going higher, but it is, so cool. I'm not shorting it, but I'm definitely not going long up here. We're making it to, you just put a collar on Moderna. Yeah. Collars, covered calls. I think trim and trail, all good strategies to employ on something doing that. Like, kind of like it did over here. And then it ends up rolling back down. I think that's exactly what's going to happen to Moderna. Delta, big gap down, UAL, LUV. American just hanging out in here. Question, thanks for the free week. There's a way to get all the trading. I don't think so, but all you have to do is just like, all we're using is like for E, I'm just using, let me move this around where you can see it better. Let's do this. I'm using obviously the volume, the 10, 20, 50 EMAs, pivots high and low. And then you just come in and you click on indicator templates and save it. I got the long terms. I got the 100, 200, the Momo strategy. You just go in here and you type in, what's it actually called on here? Trend following Momo. So you'll go to public library and type in trend following Momo from Matt DeLong. That'll show up. You can save that one. Intraday, I just use this. It's VWAP, the 10 and 20. and view app only. I'm pretty sure that the recording, I think that we publish them. Are we going to publish it, Jeremy? We usually do. Pretty sure that we will be uploading it to YouTube. It won't be edited or anything. You guys have any official trades? Yeah, we
Sorry,
already
I missed that really quick. What was that question?
the recording. Are we going to put it on YouTube?
Yeah, we will.
Okay. Yep. And yeah, we already took. Sorry, I deleted it, but we traded AMD this morning. So this is in our official. So here it is at 7:37. We were triggered in, and we got out at 7:47. So 10 minutes. We were in and out. And if I wasn't hosting, like I would just be done for the day. I would just do my 10 minutes and then I would move on. I had a couple other buy limits go off. I did buy a little bit of SPY. I bought some Roblox. Oof. What did I get on? Did I get 74.82? 74.82. Man, I caused Roblox to bounce too. Look at that. I bought all the shares. Kidding. But I bought some of that. Bought some Amazon longer term. I think it's a nice day to do a little bit of dip buying out there cautiously. Out there moving. I think it's just everybody's buying like the same areas, right? So yeah, nice job on SQ, Terry. Haven't caught the room in a while. Just caught the email for the open house. Glad to be here. Arthur Pierce. Say hello to Jeremy for you as well. Yep, he's here. I think he's in and out. Pins looks nice. Yeah, pins. I had an order at 66.05. That kind of stinks. But I'm still in some. I'm glad my covered call expired worthless. Tesla retest would have been a winner. Yeah, that's looking. Yep, there you go. I'd be exiting at least some, probably like a third up here if I'm not already out of some from like here or here. If I exit a third to a quarter or a third, something like that. Again, just since you're going counter trend. I'm just looking for a good exit point. Do your for your, where did you buy again? Was it 672? Well, if you didn't already exit, I mean, I would stick your stop below. You either exit now, like wherever your stop was supposed to be, or you just stick your stop below. Like you literally put a stop below this candle and this candle, like a real stop, GTC. Not like a mental stop or whatever you had before. Because we should not break below this candle and this candle, but you do have earnings coming up. But yeah, if anybody bought this, this was just the what I was seeing here is we did make that low and we bounced, and then you had some folks that were probably trying to get short right there that immediately got trapped back above the volume weighted average price. Looks like a little bit of a double bottom. So whether you did the breakout or you got this retest, whichever one you were comfortable with, I like that lower wick even better. And yep, that looks good as well. If you wanted a tighter stop, you could have done this, that. So yeah, that would have been Tesla. Yep, good hammer right there. Upwork is fading relatively nicely. So this thing can stabilize. I think adding some shares in here would be a good move. I really wanted like a bullish day above this candle or like another inside day. But the fact that it's bouncing is nice. That one looks pretty good. Peloton trading into some resistance. Norwegian trying to bottom out. And with FCX. Yeah, looks like we're starting to bottom. I don't want to shooting back up too early. But we've almost been open for 2 hours. Any other stocks you all want to take a look at or questions? Knee and match. Nextera Energy. Looks like it's bouncing here. Yeah, I think it probably needs to retest back into 76, like the low 76 area, and then probably bounce. MTCH. This one looks a little bit double top-ish. It did trade into resistance. So I'd let it come back down into 149, maybe even the 100. Space, I think, is going lower. It might recover a little bit, like since it didn't recover at all in here. Probably trades back up into like 34, 35, and then goes lower. Is the most obvious sell the news I think I've seen in a long time. What VWAP settings do I use? Just the stock intraday. I only use it intraday. I don't really use like an anchored VWAP on the daily or anything. Roku for a day trade. I think you probably already missed it. Yeah, you already missed this one long. You wanted it like down here. This hammer was pretty good. Probably right at the volume weighted average price. Yep. This hammer threw in an upper wick, but never took these lows out. So yeah, if you're in, great. You're getting to a place where I want to take some profits. OCGN, Ocugen. I don't know anything about this company. The chart doesn't look great. It Goes in and out of penny stock land, like $5 considered a penny stock. So I would probably just pass on it. I don't really like little cheap stocks very much. And it doesn't really look great. A lot of lower highs. It's a biotech, probably get moved on like FDA data. Afternoon roll or afternoon rally? I think we could rally into, let's see, probably like noon my time, 2 Eastern. As long as we didn't rally like too early, which, we're not. It's almost 9:30 now, and we're still down 1.5%. So that's pretty good. We got a good amount of time left. I just don't want to see us rally too early. What I thought would happen was we would rally for the first hour and then roll over and then bounce like at 10:30, 11 o'clock my time. But since we only got bought up for like 10 or 15 minutes, now that we're almost 2 hours in, I think we could start to see a little bit of a move higher. The Qs, though, is a little bit higher than SPY. IWM's already rallying a little. I like Tesla. I'd definitely be taking some profits up here. I think I would have my stop trailed. Yeah, I'd be trailing like 15-minute bars. I wouldn't be losing on that one. Visa, I think's already traded up. So if you're in long, you have your stop trailed probably right there. Not a partial off. MasterCard. MasterCard's right at the 100. This is kind of interesting. This one you could play bullish still, I think. I think I would want to close above VWAP and then wait for it to retest. Kind of like Tesla did. Yeah, would you mind, Tony, just jumping on for a few minutes?
Yeah, man, no problem at all.
Okay, sweet. Here, I'm going to jump off real quick. I got to take care of something real fast. And then Tony's going to take over, and then I can come back.
Yep, sounds good, man. All right. What's going on? I'm Tony Pollock, moderator here at Real Life Trading. Super excited to be here. Jeremy, what's up? Yeah, so, man, good little move down on the markets. I'll just go over, since I'm not going to be on for too long, let me just run over my thoughts on what's going on. If you have any questions, throw them at me. What's up? Chris's announcement. Man, it is a rocking house today. Rocking house today. Yeah. Can everyone hear me okay, by the way? Hopefully you can. Hold on. What's up? Donna says yes. Okay. Man, it is pumping room out today. All right. So let's go over the markets real quick. A few things I'm looking at. Whenever we have these big down days or even up days, jump out to a 30-minute chart, get an idea of where we're at. Currently at the moment, it looks, let me get this thing out. Get it wrong one here as well. It makes sense for us to retest back up just a smidge, right? So I think that we could keep pushing back up a little bit higher today. And then I think we probably roll over in the afternoon is what it looks like. If you got a lot of buying out the gate in the morning, this would act as a pretty good bouncing spot. It still can, right? We're holding this trend. At the moment, if you've noticed something here off of this 50 EMA on a daily chart, we've bounced off this blue line every time. That's what we're touching right now. This is what bulls are excited for. This is what people are waiting on, and it very well could be the bounce. If you went long this morning, I know Falco bought a few shares. If you went long this morning, it makes sense, right? Follow this trend. Follow the trend until it doesn't work anymore. People are like, well, how do you know it's not going to work? You don't. You know when it doesn't work, right? So this is not a bad time to be buying some stuff. Falco and I bought some puts up here yonder a couple days back. And so I went ahead and sold some 400 strike puts against mine down here because I am good. That's my first buying spot. What that did was it locked in pretty much a guaranteed win on those puts. I also have more puts that I bought back here on this high that it went down. I did the same thing and then it bounced. I'm still in those puts. They expire in October. So I just keep playing this game and whittling down by selling naked puts. If you go out to a monthly chart, this is what I'm basing my buying off of. Okay. Look how far we still are from the 10 EMA on a monthly, this darker line right here. We still got a ways to go. So people buying the dips here and then it bounces, it very well could work, but there will come a time. It might be this bounce. It might be the next time we interact with this 50 on a daily. But there will come a time where we try to bounce and then we finally do fail it. And then we start working our way down. I think we're going to push our way to the 200, somewhere around 400. That's my first buying spot on the SPY. So I feel like this is probably going to be that just a correction bounce, right? This is a retest gap. Let's let it bounce back up a little bit. And if it wants to keep rampaging, great. You know, I'm good. But it does kind of feel like we've taken out some higher lows, which we've kind of done that before previously in the bounce. So the trend is still holding, but we're pretty heavy. We're looking a little topsy a little bit, right? The fact that we poked our head into new all-time highs and then failed that pretty strong last week, good retest gap down this week. We'll see. It'd be healthy for the markets to pull back. So I am prepared for more of a pullback. I'm also ready to rock and roll for this thing to bounce off the 50 if it wants to keep playing that game. So what will it do? I don't know. We'll wait and find out. I have no idea what this thing's going to do. But those are the two options that it can do. Either we keep this trend and we bounce off the 50 and rock and roll, or we try to bounce, trap the bulls that have been playing this game. Their stops are going to get hit pretty quick. We'll know by tomorrow, give or take. And then rock and roll back down to our next buying spot, which should be around 400. So this is the spot right here, 420, 425. This needs to hold. If we don't hold it, 400, I'd say is the next 405, 400, somewhere in this zone. This area makes a heck of a lot of sense. So get ready to buy. Hopefully you haven't loaded the boat up here. So just a few things with me. My rules state whenever we've put in more than 3 bull candles in a row on a monthly chart, I'm doing less. I'm pulling back with credit spreads. I'm still doing them. I'm pulling back with swing trades. I'm still doing them. So guess what I've been doing for like the past long time? It's really, since what, February, March? I've been doing less, waiting for the pullback. And once we get closer to these EMAs, I'm doing more. Now I'm going to start loading up on some more swings. I'm going to start loading up on some more longer term stuff, really hitting hard on credit spreads again. Like I said, we're still doing them. I'm in a Peloton spread right now. We got in on Friday for my 5K challenge. I don't know if anyone's following that in this room here, but so far so good on Peloton. What a good move today. Rob says you're on it too. That's what I'm talking about, man. Donna is. Yes. Got quite a few. So I'm doing something I think is a little bit foolish, but I want to see. I think it's possible. I'm simply doing a 5K challenge with just credit spreads. If I'm wrong on one of them, I'm going to lose half my account. So let's just not be wrong on one of them. I want to see if it's possible. I want to challenge myself in a new way, because if I was doing it normally, I would be buying leaps long term. I'd be selling calls against it. I think that's the best way to grow a small account, right? Long term. It's doing less. It's not trying to double your account every day, every month. It's slowly but surely rocking in that $500 a month on it from selling covered calls against your leaps, and then capitalize on your leaps, buying things at really good locations, good companies, and playing that game. That's what I would do. If someone said, Tony, you have to grow a 5K account, that's how I would do it. But I figured, you know what? Let's try credit spreads. I really don't think it's smart, but I think it's doable. I want to be able to tell someone, look, I grew a $5,000 account into a $10,000 account with just credit spreads, which is incredibly hard to do. But hey, I think it's possible. We got some big movers here on some of these things, and it just makes sense, right? You find the things that have already been beat up before the pullback comes. Go to a 4-hour RSI. And by the way, I'm going to be on the mic here pretty soon for the rest of the day. So we'll continue up where we pick off. And Falco, you can jump in anytime, man, whenever you're back. But I'm happy just to hang out and talk. Things that are having these big moves are the things that are most likely already pretty beat up into a strong support, right? Peloton was on my list from this morning. Why is that? Because this is a crazy strong support, as Jeremy talked about. You jump out to a daily down around the 200, bouncing off of it, and you want to see the strength. On a gap down, you want to see that strength in the first 10 minutes of the day. And we got it. Right? Here, let me put on extended hours here. So we had our first 5-minute candle, second 5-minute candle right there. In the first 10 minutes of the day, we're rocking and rolling. It's going to give you some good inclination. You see the difference between that and the SPY. Right? You had people trying to push this thing in the first 15, and we failed it. So already, if I'm going to go long, I need quick returns. If I'm going to take this thing bullish, I already know the bulls haven't taken care of business this morning when they should have. The morning is where your strength's mostly going to be at, by the way, unless news comes out or a few other things. You'll have some other pushes throughout the day, but that morning is going to give you an idea of who's in control. This was already a big gap down. We were already very low opening on the RSI. This is already a big gap down. So it would have made sense for the bulls to push out of here for just a little bit. I know Falco talked about it this morning. So, yeah, Falco, I'm good either way, man. Whatever you want.
Yeah, if you just want to roll from now, I mean, it's only like 30 minutes, and I'm probably not going to take another official trade anyway, since my first one was less than 0.7. So, and you're already rolling. Sorry about that. Thanks for jumping on early, though.
Yeah, no worries at all, man. Anytime. Happy to help.
Awesome. So, yeah, I'll hang out and chat, everyone, but thanks for trading with me this morning. Hopefully that was helpful commentary. And if you made some money on AMD, fantastic. And yeah, I'll be here hanging out for the rest of the time that the room is open. Thanks, Tony, again.
Yeah, no, my pleasure. And nice win. Nice trade on AMD, by the way.
Thanks, man. Always nice to start off in the green for the week.
Yeah, exactly. So because Falco hit a nice little winner, I'm going to be pretty picky on any trades I take. It is about that time of the day where I have certain strategies that work very well, and I will be running scans on those, but I'm going to need a pretty good setup to take something. I really don't want to go green to red. So if I do take anything, it's going to have to be able to lose small, have a setup where I can not just take an R loss and go negative on the day. So that's my goal. So Falco walked away with a little bit of money in our pocket. Let's keep it there. All right. So I'm going to tag team up with him. And realistically, if that was me hitting that winner in the morning, I mean, I'm open to take another trade. I'm allowed to, but like you said, I would have the same mindset. Right, we're trying to trade together as a team. So cool. But yeah, like I said, bullish. If you're going to go bullish, you need to have some tight risk rewards. You really don't want. We were talking about this in the beginner's room on Friday. Really don't want your 1R to be like this. Right? Like if your 1R setup right now on this trade is like this on the SPY for something bullish, actually like above this, that's not where you want. You're asking this thing to make a huge move for just 1R when the bullish strength was not even here in the beginning. So if you wanted to go bullish, it would need to be something like this, right? Playing this inside candle, maybe above that with your stop a little bit loose and taking your 1R there. That's probably about, where we needed to be. Did we get there? Let me see if I can get this thing on 1R. We got there. So that would have been your 1R trade. That would have been the fade. That would have been it. Other than that, you need to be tired with it. So bearish though, bearish is in the trend, right? It's with the strength. So jump out to a 15-minute chart. We just hit that 10 EMA. Ooh, this might be the short location. Now we just need to find ourselves an entry on a 5-minute. Love that candle that came in. A little bit of a high wave candle here. I'm just going to be patient. Like I said, it really needs to be a good setup if I'm going to take one, but I am leaning more bullish. I think the fade happened. Volume was pretty pathetic on this entire push. This did show a little bit of strength. Got to like this bear candle pullback and then a breakout above that. That's why I need at least 2 bear candles in the pullback for me to really think that that's strong. That's my rules. I'm looking for 2 bear candles. And if we break out above the 2 bear candle pullback, so in this case, sorry, I thought I had that thing on silent. Stupid phone. I got a new case where I can't get my fat fingers in there to turn my silent on my iPhone. So that's working great. So if we now break out above this, this has 2 bear candles in this pullback. That would be a lot stronger. That'd be a lot more strength for the bulls to come in, give me a little bit more hesitancy. But I'm also now kind of thinking about something. If we take out this higher low in this little bull move, that would be the start of the bear. So we could play something like this. As long as I can get a 1R back up into this pivot, I can get a 1R to there on that. And it's doable. I would have liked a 1R here and then been a little bit more 2R down at this new low. I'll keep waiting on that. We'll wait for the setups. Drowna, what's up, man? Peloton, your 2 bear candle short high strategy. Let's see what we got. Man, this thing is going up. So I think there's easier trades than trying to call the top on Peloton today. It's doable. It's extended. It's rampaging. It's up 7% on the day. Short next high strategy. I mean, we could do that. It's tough, man. That's a strategy with like a 40% win rate. It's profitable. It's just you're going to hit like 7 losers before you get 1 winner. It's tough, man. So today I'll probably pass on it. But let's look at the daily. Where are we at? I mean, I would have thought we're done here. I think this is where Jeremy got out too, isn't it? Somewhere up into here. You have the 10 and the 20 on a daily. You also have this resistance. We just filled the gap. I figured this would be it, and we just keep going, which means we're squeezing bears out. My lead can easily go on the money this week. Yeah, easily. Easily on the money. So I also, like I said, have a bull put spread down here at 95, and I sold a naked put on this dip at 100. So both of these are working out. Peloton's paying my bills this month, man. I'll tell you what. It's making some moves. AMD with a nice spot. My buying spot on AMD is like 83-ish. That's probably too aggressive. And I think I missed it. I know Jeremy said he got in down here around like 84.50. I like that spot. I'm following my plan, and I'm only going off of that because of the monthly 10. I like to buy around the monthly 10. Hence, I needed to go a little bit lower, but I'm probably – what else is new? Tony Pollock missing on trades, man. What else is new? Story of my life. It's all good because when I hit, they hit big. Nice move on Tesla. So this is where you want to see this right here. 2 bear candle pullback. This would be a strong move above this. The 200 is here. We're getting big volume. We're getting a combination of a lot of people buying this plus a lot of people shorting off of this, thinking it's a little bit extended, right? We're high on the RSI. This isn't the best time to go long. So I'm not going long up here, but it could start to rampage. Yeah, it could get going. But if we jump out to a daily though, huge resistance here. Tesla, I know we're down 0.63, but if you look at just the range of this candle already, we've made a 3% move already. So if we keep going, that's a Tesla move. It can do it. Although we had four bear days before, yeah. Yep. And if I did not have earnings coming up so close, we would have been all over a bull put spread. Look at this 4-hour RSI this morning. That is it. That's all I want in life. Like, that's it. And I can't do it because earnings, and trust me, I looked at premium that ends this Friday and I couldn't get anything down where I wanted it. I needed to be down below like 590. Now, if I could have caught the actual, like if I could have sold it here, great. But I wasn't even looking at this thing until after it already started to pop. And my initial thought was I can't sell anything over earnings. And then about an hour later, I'm like, well, let's see about this Friday. And I think that was about a little bit too late. Couldn't get anything by the time I bounced. So, Art, what's up, man? Just make sure everyone's on all panelists and attendees. If not, then only I can see it. And if that's what you want, then you can stay there too. But I'll go ahead and read it. Is that area resistance when that is the area for the selling stopped? Back here on this daily or on the 5-minute? Right here. So if this is exactly, yeah. If this is where the selling stopped, that means that we formed a support there, right? So same thing here. See the lower wick? See this lower wick? That's where the selling stopped. And then we started to reverse the other way. So this is your resistance right around there. That's what I was saying. I'm surprised Tesla's still going at the moment. That's why I think we got a lot of people in short right now. We had a big volume, which is a combination of people buying, people selling. We'll see. Tesla can just go to the moon out of here. It is a buying spot. Tesla's pulled back. Go to a monthly chart. I mean, we have pulled back 30%. Yeah, from the lows like 37%, but currently right now about 29%. I mean, this is when you buy. This is when you buy. I was on dips, right? It always looks terrible, but you're just buying. You said the Qs are trying to bounce. Qs are trying to bounce. That does look strong. This is a strong move, especially for this down day. Again, everyone, I wrote this in the credit spread room just recently. We're still incredibly high. Incredibly high. So just be careful. This is not where I'm loading the boat on the Qs. This looks nice and strong. You've got to love the hammer on this trap. Oh my gosh. I mean, that's when you know it's bullish. And so now you put in an entry there and wait for a retest and you got it there. Where are these people at right now? All right, so if that was your entry, your stop, probably a little bit looser. That's 1R. Did they hit 2Rs yet? Not yet. Close. For some reason, I just can't get that on 2Rs. Oh, it's so close. So close. So I'm going to guess we are going to get a little bit of a bounce, hit 2Rs, and then chop for the rest of the day. I don't think we just go crazy bullish out of here. But sorry, guys. Let me get caught back up on the chat pane. Thoughts on V? Jay, what's up, my man? Thoughts on V? So again, bulls clearly in control. One nice thing I like about this is that the bulls never showed any weakness. It's just they didn't even show up, right? It's almost worse when you get buying and then you fail the buying first thing in the morning and then you try to fade higher from there. It's better for the bulls later on if you just sink. And now we can actually get bought up. So V is, of course, strong company. Big gap down, hit the 20, back into support. Where are we at on a monthly? We're not that far from some EMAs on a monthly. Still 10%. I guess what I should have said is we weren't that far this morning before we bounced. But yeah, when we were down here, that's not too bad. This is the support zone. It makes sense that it would fade. We still have more room to go. Again, let's take a look at the average true range on V real quick. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. If I could type. Again, if I could type. Average range on this thing is like 3.7. We're already at 8.7. I mean, that's the gap down, right? So if the average range today is 3.7, how much have we already moved in this move right here? We've already gone 4.3. So I would say this move is getting close to being done. So now the question is, do you want to short this? You could. I would wait for us to get up into about the 200, somewhere in here. Let this chop sideways, bring this a little bit lower, and then short that. I'm not looking to go bullish here. But that's my thoughts on V. It is into a buying spot. It is. You had a nice breakout last week, and then we opened up right back on the retest of that support, and we clearly got bought up. So this thing looks strong. Looks like we're going to be going. Let me keep going here. Q's about to trap the shorts. Yep, they're still pushing. We have a short-term uptrend on Tesla as well. Heck yeah. Nice little bounce. Good buying spot on a lot of these. A lot of these companies that have already been beat up pretty bad won't be as affected by the drop. Because old, TA says, old support is new resistance unless it isn't. Yeah. I think it's trying to break 700 resistance. Man, I am behind the chat pane. I'm sorry. Jerry says you got filled on Walmart. Oh, that's right. You were looking at, let me pull up some Walmart real quick. Action here. Walmart, I got all out of my leap last week up here at these highs. Closed it out for a nice win. Bought the thing down here. And it's just kind of losing some steam in my opinion. But the monthly still looks great. I just am running out of time on it. Once I get within, it expired in October. Once I get within a few months of my leaps, I just take my profits. I'm not trying to hold for more. But monthly looks good. So we'll keep an eye on this for Terry in that day trade. Very cool. Peter, how's it going, Peter? Says, what are the pros and cons of trading options using TQQ versus Q? Well, you're going to have much better liquidity just in the Qs. So if you are going to trade options, I would stick with the Qs. Now, if you're looking for some I don't trade the TQQs all that much, honestly. I would rather go, especially with options, it's so important. Volume is so important because when you're incredibly profitable, it's really hard to get out of it. You end up giving back so much of your returns just trying to get filled. So if you're trading options, I would just stick to the Qs. I know the other one's leveraged and whatnot, but I would stick with it. For me, Qs is simpler and it's more liquid. It's just like the SPX versus the SPY, right? SPX, there's different premium there. So whenever I'm selling, I'm liking the SPX more, but I'm looking at it's coming up on the 200 from the bottom. Two bear candles since. Sorry, guys. I am trying to get caught up on the chat pan. Wow, big move on Etsy today. Nice consolidation. No one was winning this morning, right? So whenever no one's winning, you're looking for the trap. You're looking for the push higher that immediately slams lower or the push lower that immediately goes higher. And there it is right there. I would have liked this to make more of a low like the Qs did. But that's what you're looking at. Whenever you're going sideways, you got that trap, you got your breakout. It gave you a chance to get in. That was it. You had that one pullback. Maybe the second candle again possibly might have filled you, and then it's just off to the races. Absolutely crushing it. So Do we go long right now? What do y'all think? It's time to go long. Time to buy the dip. Reyes, what's up, man? Can you explain how do you consider the options end date you are trading? Man, there's a lot that goes into that. So are you talking about just long? Because you said what dates versus premium, so that would have to do with shorts. But let me know. Are you talking about? It's too extended. Right on. Peter says he's all in. All in on Etsy right now. Let's do it. Yeah. Let's take buying calls. Okay, or talk about buying calls. So for me, I get an idea of how long I think I'm going to be in this trade, and then I triple it. Guys, you and girls, you can't go wrong with going longer, giving yourself more time. Do you give up more potential massive gains? Sure. You're going to have bigger moves and higher gamut and all this stuff with the shorter term stuff, but 90% of options are going to expire worthless. So if you try to play that game of, well, yeah, I think this move is going to happen in 2 weeks and it's supposed to be a big move, I could buy it for 5 months out and make money, or I could buy it 3 weeks out and make a ton of money if I'm right. It's the same style with going way out of the money versus at the money. If you go way out of the money, your potential profits are huge based on your ROI, but you also are asking a stock to make a potential 5-10% move before you're even at break even. And so for me, I'm looking at going 2 to 3 times that expected time frame. So how do you figure that out? Go back in the past a little bit on a daily chart and just say, how long did it take for it to make this move? Right? It took 10 days. So if I'm expecting this same move on this thing, and you could go back over here, how long did it take for it to make this move? It took about 10 days. So on average, Etsy's making a move in 10 days. So if I think it's going to take 10 days, I'm going to buy it a month out. I'm going to buy it 2 months out. Give yourself more time, because what if you get some bad news on this and pushes it down for about a week and then it gets going? This week is going to crush you on theta. Really crush you. Every day that's going by, your break even's going up because it's got to offset theta now, right? And the closer you get to expiration, the more theta is going to start to eat your lunch, man. So give yourself more time than less. Yes, you'll give up some potential massive wins, but not necessarily, because by the time you get that massive win, you've probably lost on 5 other trades since you didn't time it up perfectly, right? Cool. Good question. All right, let me get caught back up. Then what's up? ATVI. For a day trade, this thing is pretty much it's not an inside candle, but it's inside the range of the previous candle. So that's one, telling me it's stronger than the markets are. Number 2, it's telling me that no one's winning, right? The bulls and bears, who knows which way it could go. So if we're inside that range, I'm going to look for some traps. I'm going to look for, and that's exactly what we got right here. The trap, right? Break, some sort of resistance support break, and then an immediate reversal. So that's how you play this thing. So if this was the entry here, where's your entry now? You probably missed it, right? I think it's gone. Yeah. So for me, I would probably go find something else that has a little bit more sentiment behind it. With day trading, it's all about who's trapped. It's all about what are they feeling right now? And that's why the first hour of the market's so awesome, is because you have people waking up going, it's a beautiful Monday. Oh my gosh, I'm down 5%, right? And they freak and their emotions go nuts. And you're just playing on people's emotions because people's emotions are predictable. So if you're looking at a swing trade on this thing, I would say you've got earnings coming up soon. And that, to me, I don't like to swing trade over earnings, because then it's just like you might as well just close your eyes and put it all on black, right? It's the same story. You don't know if it's going to have a good gap up or down. Even if you can predict they're going to crush earnings, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to gap up. So for me, over earnings, I would keep that in account. let's go to a bigger time frame and just get some perspective. We're down close to the 10 EMA, so it makes sense. You're at a support zone. Weekly's got a couple bear weeks in a row. 4 hours pretty low on the RSI. It makes sense for a bounce, my friend. It's just, I'd give yourself more time. If you're going to do it with options, that's going to make this trade really tricky. If you can do this with shares, it's better because of earnings. You don't give yourself an expiration date. And then you can just, I would hedge around this. So if I was going to do this with options, you're already going to be paying a little bit of a premium because your earnings are coming up. So IV is going to affect a lot. If you wanted to do this, you need to go out a couple months, give yourself enough time just in case we gap down and screws around here for 3 weeks. You have enough time that it's not eating you up. Go 3 months out, go 2 months out. And then myself, I would probably do a debit spread and sell a call against your long call right away. So that's how I would play that. And yes, it caps my limit to the upside, but sell it at a place where you're going, like if you're planning on getting out at 98, then sell the 100. You're going to do it anyways. And so that's going to offset some of the higher IV you're going to be paying. And then it also is a little bit more of a hedge on the way down, right? So if you wanted to, if we did gap down and go lower, you can now buy this back for next to nothing. You made a little bit of money. You can put that money maybe into a few more calls because I think this is a pretty solid support zone, right? Use the money from that from that covered call up here. So let's say you made $500 from that call. Take that $500 and buy more calls at 85 because this thing is going to bounce down here. That's how I play that. Cool. Keep the questions coming. This is awesome. Pablo, what's up, man? Sorry, I'm going from the bottom up. I really should reverse that. But what do I think of Teladoc for a leap? Teladoc is no longer in a bull trend. So we took out the monthly higher low. It doesn't mean we're not going to go bullish in the future. That's not what I'm saying. But I am saying that that's the end of this bull move. So we came up, we S-curved, we made new highs, and then just absolutely dumped. That's not what you want to see. And that's normally what happens after a massive move higher, right? Whenever a stock goes from something or nothing to something like overnight, I mean, up almost 400%, really to the highs 500%. When a stock goes up 500% in a year, buy the support, don't buy off the EMAs. Go to a bigger time frame, go to a monthly, and you can see where I'm going to start to trickle in. My small entry, my first pyramid is around 120-ish. My second one's around 105, and my last one is going to be at like 89. That's what I'm looking at, Teladoc, for some leaps. And I'm going to go 2 years out on those things. So what about this? If you have the money for it, when we get down to around 120, how about you sell the 90 put? That'd be cool, right? Sell the 90 put, maybe use that money to pay for one call. So now it's free. So you actually want to buy these shares at 90. You're going to get paid some money for that. And that money can almost pay for your call up here. So now you have a free trade. So if this thing does end up bouncing here, awesome. Fantastic. I don't know if it will. I think short term we'll get ourselves a little bounce back up to like 170, and then I think we go lower again, by the way. But that might be cool enough for you to be like, hey, sweet, we came up into here, we hit 170. Now you sell a call against your leap and you lock in a win. Right? So if you just bought a call here and it goes higher, you sell a call up here, you lock in a win. You can't lose on this. And then you can probably at that point buy back that put. And then you're going to do the same story at your next buying spot at like 105. You're going to sell the 90 put again, use that money to buy your leap, and just keep playing that game until it finally starts to go or until you get puts to shares. Cool. Adriano says, short Etsy off the 100 with $1 stop. Okay. I know you were talking about that earlier. Whew, these are tough to go against these trends, man. But Let's see what you got. All right, so I'm short on Etsy off the 100 with a dollar stop. Where do I like a target? Your target's going to be based off of your dollar stop. So what's your entry at? What price did you get in? Okay, 92.31. Oh, sorry, 192.31. All right, so let me see if I can get this on there. And then you got a dollar stop, so 193.31, right? Oh, if I could get this thing on there. So your targets are going to be your 1R, your 1-to-1 risk is around, again, a dollar, 191.31, right? And then 190.31 is your 2R. I like that there. Could this thing go lower? Yeah, it could. But go to a 15-minute. Where's the 10 EMA? By the time this thing starts to work, they'll probably be there. I'll just take 2Rs, my friend. So that would be my target, 190.31. Should be your 2Rs somewhere in there if I can get it on there. But let's keep an eye on that for you and see how that goes. This is tough, man. People thought this was the high. They got stopped out. People thought this was the high. They got stopped out. People thought that was the high. We'll see if they get stopped out or if we can play that game. It's a good strategy. Just plan on losing like 4-1. Almost. It sucks. HD with a bull trap. And you notice I'm not too concerned about making money today. If I see setups, I'll take them. If not, market's open tomorrow, right? Knowing when not to trade is almost as important, or maybe more important than knowing when to trade. Okay. So you're saying HD bull trap, or do you think it'll break 318.77? $318.77 right up here. Okay. So your bull trap, were you looking at, I think you wrote that a few minutes ago. Were you looking at this right here? That potentially could have been that bull trap, Chris. Now that we took this out, it's no longer a bull trap though. So couple candles in a row. It is too extended. Buying off of the support made sense. So right into here. A few things to pay attention to though. Weak sauce volume down at the buying spot. Like nothing. So this move is probably almost done. We'll see if we get some volume up here somewhere. But man, weak sauce volume over here for the buy. Nothing. Nada. You had a really nice high wave candle on volume there. Broke out, retested twice, and then rampage. Retested a third time, and then took off. So everyone, all the pro traders from this morning, are out of this trade. Right here on this candle, they're out. Done. So if all of those 2R on Etsy, nice. It already pulled back. So yeah, these guys are all out. If the traders are all out, then I don't think we're going to go much higher than this. The 2R already happened. It's already made its move. Perfect, my friend. That's what I'm talking about, man. Giano making some money. I think this is a good exit too. Could it go lower? Yeah, but who cares? You made 2R. Take your 2R and pass. You're going against the trend, right? That was it. So another thing to pay attention to, this high had no volume. I think we get back up to the high soon-ish. Honestly, I really do. I don't know where we're going to bounce at. We need to get down to this 15-minute EMA. So either we hang out and let this catch up, or we come back down to about 189, 188, somewhere in here, and then get going. We did have some volume on the 15-minute, though, but the 5-minute was nothing. We had some volume on this one, but we took it out, so that doesn't matter anymore. We had volume here, but that was not the high. We'll see. I think we pull back on this guy, and then we probably make a new high on him. It's just, I feel like I'm chasing this trade if I were to buy it anywhere into here. So I'd probably pass on that, but it does look like it wants to go. Let me get over here to my day trading list real fast. Oops, I'm already on that. I'm going to hit Walmart. Add that guy. Ooh. Walmart falling off. That's bad. Poked its head and then just failed so miserably. So if you can ask yourself, where should the bulls, where should they have bought it up at? Bulls should have bought off the 10 EMA right there. This should have been the bouncing spot. So as soon as it's not the bouncing spot, people that are immediately in get trapped out, and then it keeps falling off. I am not looking bullish on this, especially because the bulls, they showed their strength. They showed their hand in the morning. Another thing to pay attention to is if you get a higher volume than the opening candle volume on a new high after a lot of candles in a row, watch out. Watch out. So just say that one more time. If you get a big push up or down, either way, and you get bigger volume than the opening candle, see how you had big volume at this high? Watch out. That means a lot of interactions are happening there, right? A lot of transactions, especially if you start to push away from it. So what happens next after this volume is very crucial. If it starts to pull back, don't set up a long right here. Right? This was the buying spot. If we go back and backtrade, it's really easy to see it now, but it's harder to see it because right now you're like, dude, this thing is rampaging, right? What's the difference between this and Peloton? Right? Same thing. It looks the same, rampaging. So now I'm going to probably buy something off of that support. Well, that was a good horizontal line with a mouse. That's what's up. So I'm looking to buy off of that support. And then that volume comes in. And I'm like, I don't know anymore. And you notice something on my chart that I wrote on there a long time ago? This is a weekly resistance. We poked our head to the weekly resistance, volume came in, and so now I'm like, I don't love that. And I really don't like that now. So there's no way I'm putting an order in to buy. 10 minutes ago, I'm like, yes, let's do that. Now, not happening. You see the difference between that and Peloton? So Peloton, we did the exact same thing. Opened up and screamed, big volume came in, but then what does it do after that volume? We push. So everyone that shorted this guy right there got screwed and reversed. So as soon as this hammer came in, that's when Jeremy took this trade of like, dude, we should have done that, right? It's all about the what should it have done? We're all about what should it have done. It should have, once this volume comes in, it's all about what happens after it, right? So for me, I am no longer buying the retest down here, because if this volume comes in and it gets down to there, that's terrible. That's terrible. You don't want that. But if this volume comes in and we reverse, it's going to keep cranking. So we got a hammer. Jeremy took that up here, buy this volume. That's still a pretty aggressive trade. But that makes more sense, right? Compared to this. Do you see the difference of this? Why I don't want to be buying on the pullback after this volume. Same instance is why I don't want to buy the pullback after that volume. I don't want to be buying down here, because if that comes in and we push, you don't want to have anything to do with it. Cancel it. Could it still work? Yeah, it could still work, but in the long run, that strategy is not going to pay out. Pay attention to the volume bigger than the opening. It means a lot. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to crash and go to nothing. It all depends on what happens on like the next 4 candles afterwards. That's the kicker right there. All right, sorry, I've been yapping for so long. I need to get caught up on this. Florent, what's up? Says, hello, Tony. Hello, all. Just booked a mentoring group with me. Yeah. Oh, man. By the way, I'm pretty sure you don't have to be a member of Real Life Trading to do mentoring groups or sign up for one-on-ones. Anyone can do that. Just go to reallifetrading.com. Reallifetrading.com. Go to mentoring tab. Scroll on down and click a button. There's my group. There's my ugly mug. But the problem is they put me next to Dan Jansen, who's gorgeous, right? And it just makes me look terrible. So I'm going to have to talk about it. But let's see. Ooh, I got a couple beginner rooms open up. So if you don't know anything about options, beginner rooms for you. If you know somewhat about options, the intermediate's where you want to be at, because then that's where most of my strategies are going to be taught. I'll still teach some strategies in the beginner, but it's all about just learning what the basics are. So, and then if you want one-on-ones, just scroll on down some more, military package, and then go to personal mentoring, click on that more info. And again, you can find my little ugly mug on that again. So, cool. Peloton pulling back. Have a little bit of volume. Again, most of these moves are probably done for the day. I mean, what else can you expect from this? I'm curious to see if we bounce off these daily EMAs or if we close down here. But nonetheless, it's strong. It's showing its hand. So, Tony, we're doing a weekly back trading meeting this week on Wednesday. I'll see if I can make that again, man. For sure. With that trade you just put on, you got to teach me some stuff. Can I do the same analysis on Airbnb? Yeah, except I don't want to look at it. I'm on a daily, right? Okay. Airbnb. Okay, so this is today's. Let me go back to yesterday, if this thing would let me, and then go to a 5-minute chart. So now I don't know what this 5-minute chart looks like. All right, so this is the opening candle. If I can get this thing to fit my screen. There we go. All right, we're getting a little bit of consolidation. We broke the low of that opening candle. And I'm looking for a trap right now. At the moment, bears look strong. That's a pretty interesting inside candle hammer. So things look a little bit weak at the moment, but I'm waiting for a trap. Ooh, looks weak. So the trap did not come in. This is when the trap should have come. So bears are winning on this one at the moment. Okay. So with this candle coming in, all I'm thinking is this is just a retest and we're going to roll lower. But if we don't, again, it comes right back down to what should it do? And then when it doesn't do what it should, there's our entry. So I would love to see another bear candle here, and I'm going to take a bull move there with my stop down here. That's what I'm looking at. Let's see if we get another bear candle. Oh, we did. Ooh, baby. All right, let's set this thing up on a little back trade. And I know you just told me to look at this, but this is what I would do. So what should it do? We should roll back down. It should roll back down. I don't know where my thing is. And then I have to get a 1-to-1 at that high. So if I can't get a 1R to the top of that, my stop's pretty loose, but shoot, can't do it. I don't have a risk reward, so I need to wait for a better setup. I need to take 1R at that, and I can't do it. I can only get like 0.76. So we're going to keep on waiting. Pulled lower. So we ended up S-curving. So we did what it should have done, right? So we're still pushing, Again, I don't know what's happening, but I do know we have a support here, and then big volume came in. So after this many bear candles in a row, what are we expecting at support? We're expecting some sort of bounce and rotation, right? I know Airbnb is already pretty beat up, so that's why I'm not super excited to short this, but short's the way to go. As soon as that took out, you retested, that followed through, that's the play. So I think a bounce is coming soon. Okay, there's your bounce. We got quite a bit of volume on that. So again, what should happen? Off these EMAs, just like we did before, we should roll back down and go again. So if that's what should happen, we're going to look for the break of what should. So now I want a couple bear candles to come in, and we're going to play this same game and see if I can get a 1R back up into there. Nope, it already broke out. Dang it. So I just can't get that risk reward. Rolled back down. So it's doing exactly what a bear trend should do. Again, these overzealous bulls are just jumping on the bandwagon way too early. We're not bullish until we take out this lower high. Now that we've made a lower high again, right now that's where we're bullish at. But when this thing is doing this, we're not, even though we're at these EMAs, and it's like, look, if we got above those, then that would be extremely bullish, right? We're staying above or below these things. So if we broke above it, go bullish. No, we're not out of the bear trend until we break above that lower high. Until we make a new lower high, which is what we did, right? We just made a new lower high. We got back to the bottom of this. So that is now officially a lower high. Big volume came in. Did we end up trapping? We trapped just a little bit. Okay, this thing is sinking pretty good. So let's see what kind of wave we're at. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 possibly. Or we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If we get really big volume in here on this, then I would say maybe that, but I'm probably going to guess we have one more bounce and one more push lower. Still waiting. I don't see anything that I'm like massively in love with. I like that. I like the volume. I like the trap. Keep an eye on this, but I think the bounce is getting close. There it goes. Bounce is getting close. All right, so now we've retested back on this guy. Good volume, good bounce. So this was the entry the first time, and now it's the entry the second time. That one worked out great. Ooh, you don't like to see that break. That's pretty weak. Now I'm looking at, I would love a break lower. If we can break this low right here, I would probably go long. Are we getting close to where we're at right now? I think. Unless this is this yesterday's candle? Or I'm sorry, Friday's candle? What date is this? The 16th? Oh, yeah, that's why. Sorry. Well, we're back trading this whole thing. Back trading this whole thing. Sorry, everyone. I'm like, we should already be at live right now. I'm like, how are we in the future? This is insane. But hey, it was a fun back trade, right? So I'm looking to go long on this break right here. Now I just need an entry candle. Maybe on that. Still going lower. There's my entry candle. Okay. So now I'm going to go long. We're going to pull a breakdown of that guy with my stop. I'll jump out to a bigger time frame and figure out where my next support is. And where's my stop at? 1 hour. I need to probably shorten this up just a little bit or get him just a smidge lower. There we go. All right, let's see what we get filled. Filled. And not great. Hate that. Probably going to get stopped out. So this moment, kick our stop up to there and lose small. Lost small. Yep. Hey, better than losing 1 R. This thing has no bounce to it. I mean, there is no go. That should have been the bouncing spot, and it was the end of the day. All right, so now let's get to where you wanted to talk about today. Sorry. So keep it going. Get to the open. Get to the open. All right. So we had a massive sell-off Friday. I mean, that was a terrible day. And I'll get caught up in the chat pane in just a second. Sorry. Okay, so bears, nice high wave candle. It's too big of a range to really trade the break out of that. So let's just keep going. We're getting some chop. We bounced right off of that low on volume, but at the moment, bulls are not strong. Bulls should have bounced it right here. Should have done that. So when we didn't do that, I'm going bullish. It might be losing a little bit of strength. I kind of like this short now below that. And then I would have just canceled that trade. Okay, so we're breaking out now. Bulls are clearly gaining some more strength. Oh, there's your entry right there. Dang. Retested that. So this is clearly the buying spot right here. Right there's the buying spot. For me, I would go ahead and put my entry back here. See if we can grab that one more time. Can I get a 1R? Oh, yeah. I got a 1R to that. Perfect. Let's see if we can get filled in one more time. Nope, it's gone. It's gone. Okay, so that's the opening candle right there. And that was my entry. I missed it. And I would already be at like 2 Rs almost. Yep, I had already been out of that trade. Done. So this is moving, and I think we're getting pretty close to where we're at right now. I think we froze up. Yes, that's where we're at right now. So this move, in my opinion, is done. This was the entry. I needed one more pullback to it and go. I mean, you could have played the hammer, I guess. For me, again, I feel like I'm trading that. I'm just chasing that a little bit. But that would have also given you 2 Rs right there. Yeah. All right, let me get caught back up on this. Here says, I have to thank your entire group for the free content you posted. I already saw all your free courses. It's awesome, isn't it? So many light bulbs popped up. Light bulbs popped up. Finally feel comfortable taking a real shot at trading. Awesome, man. That's all we want. That is all we want in life, honestly. We are here to help lift others as high and higher than we are. That's all we want at Real Life Trading. Seriously. You'll never find a group like this anywhere else. No one gives out 99% of their education for free. No one. Find another company. Like, not just, hey, here's a candle, like legit everything for free. Sorry, I know I'm way behind on the chat pane. So I've been back trading AMD for the last 6 months, at least 30 minutes a day, usually more. I have really good luck with the 3-minute candles and waiting for the 4th wave. There you go. Wave 5 will usually fail or look strong and give a really nice move. There you go. Yep. Everything works, just not all the time. So just remember, whenever you're back trading, go back 3 years ago and see if that still plays out. Go in a bear market and see if that plays out. So if you back trade a small portion, it might just be right when that thing is rock solid hot. And I know I've done that where I'm like, this strategy is freaking amazing. And then I do it and it works for like 2 weeks. And then I get crushed because the markets change, right? They're not the same. They're fluid. But that's definitely a real strategy, right? Yeah. I mean, I am a product of real life trading, by the way. So it's not like I was some professional trader and then found RLT and I was like, I like this group. Like, I ran a company in Arizona and I worked 80, 90 hours a week. And I was just tired of being a slave to money. So I was like, I want to trade. I kind of dabbled in the markets. I was okay. I thought I knew what I was doing. But I quit my job. We moved to Utah to be close to my wife's family. And then I start trading. I was like, you know what? $30,000 would be enough. So I put 30,000 in. And by the way, like we have an expensive house we bought. We have car payments. I had to make like $2,000 a week. Like had to. And with a $30,000 account, frick. So I got crushed, right? And I found RLT, helped me get on my feet and just at least handle my emotions mentally, changed the way I thought, and I just never gave up. And that's what real life trading wants to do. That's if it wasn't for Jeremy giving me of his time and helping walk me through the process, I wouldn't be here right now. And so that's all I want to do is help walk people through the process of how can I bring in $500 more a month? How can I quit my job and trade full time? That's what we're here for, right? We want to enrich lives. We want to change lives. We're not going to do it by pretending like hey, look, we just made $8 million. And if you just take this trade, you will too. No, like go look at our trade journal. It's on our website. Right now, this month, we have a 51% win rate and we're profitable. Like that's real life trading. You're going to see every loss we have on there, every trade we've ever done. It's not just, hey, I make $1 million every single week and then I go hang out on the beach. It's like, yeah, you can get there, but you're also going to be losing. In order to make $1 million a week, you're going to have losses that are bigger than most people's life savings, right? So it all depends on your account size. And that's what people don't realize. That guy's got 8 million in his bank, in his trading account. I might have 50 million in his trading account, and people walking in with $6,000, they're going to struggle, right? All right. He says, I was guessing wrong a lot with gap sentiment, waiting till about 20 or 30 minutes into the day, really tightening things up for me. So this is where people are going to struggle with trading. If you're waiting for a wave 4 or a wave 3, it can make money, but just realize that you're getting in when everyone else is almost at 2 Rs. So for an example right now on Airbnb, where's my little thing at? There's your entry. There's your stop. There's your 2 Rs. Okay. So, and I mean, your stop might be a little bit looser than that, but still you get the point. 2 Rs is right in this ballpark. Okay. If you're looking to get in right now, could this be a bouncing spot? Yes. Yes, it could. And it might very well be a bouncing spot. You're getting in when everyone else is already out and done for the day. So if you're getting in right now, your risk reward, like if you're expecting this to go to here on a 2R target, you're asking a lot of a stock. You're asking the stock to have a 3.5% day. Could it do it? Yeah. But it's already made a massive move. So I find it easier I don't trade a whole lot. I mean, I do, but I find it easier, especially if you're starting out or you're struggling. Wait for at least 20, 30 minutes of the market being open. Right? Example right here. You don't need to try to figure out which way the market's going to go and play in this game and just get stopped out. Not to mention you're going to have a much worse risk reward here. If you just wait 30 minutes, which is about 8 o'clock my time, Mountain Time, this gave you a much better entry location, right? It bounced out. Okay, now I can play the retest of that with my stop down there. It's a better risk reward, and you have some evidence behind you of where this thing's going to go, right? So you need to be getting in. If you're not convinced this thing is going to go fully bullish, you're probably getting in at a good spot. If you know this thing is bullish, you're getting in too late. Right? That's a pretty good rule. If you're getting in, you're using other things to tell you that you're bullish, mainly, like Jeremy said earlier, the daily chart. The daily chart. What would help you know that, hey, we've gone down a lot, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bear candles in a row, gap down again to what? A support zone. That might be something to tell you, hey, if you were in short, where would I be taking my profits? Here or here, off the support. What do bears do to get out? They have to buy it to get out. This might be a little bouncing spot, right, on Airbnb. So if you're using that analysis on a daily, you can then go and wait for your entry. And then once this entry comes in, right, building volume on an inside candle and then a strong breakout by the retest. Retest back down, boom, 2 Rs, an hour later, you're done. That's how you want to trade. If you're waiting for confirmation of, okay, I'm going to buy, my entry's up here and my stop's here now, you probably missed 1 R and you're about to get stopped out. And I think that's where people struggle with the most is they wait for the confirmation instead of taking the scary setup. But you can use a lot of things to give you that confirmation. It's just about knowing what you're looking for. And are you going to be right? No, you're probably going to be, you will lose more often than you win, most likely. I would say the average day trader is at about 45% win rate. Really good day traders are going to be right around 50 to 55%. So you're going to lose on almost half the trades you take on. You're just kind of getting used to that, right? So just make sure before you put money on it, back trade it. And when I say back trade it, I'm talking 100 times back trading at least minimum without changing your strategy. Too many people back trade and go, oh man, well, I just got stopped out. But what if I would have just lowered my stop down to here before I got stopped out? Okay, that one won. All right, now I'm going to change that rule where I lower my stop down. No, just put a little note on the side of, okay, it helps having a looser stop, but stay consistent with your original plan. Stay consistent with your original plan so you can actually get an idea if that plan works. You'll realize that as you back trade something over a year or so, or two, get hundreds of trades behind you, you'll realize that you're going to have months where you get crushed, or you just can't win to save your life on that strategy. And you're also going to realize when you have months that are just absolutely cranking it. And at the end of the year, you're profitable with about a 50, 45% win rate. There you go. So that's why it's so important not to just, when you're up $50, be like, screw it, take it. Boom, I made $50 and celebrate. Because if you look at it and you're flipping a coin, on Hedge, you get $10. On Tells, you lose $5. If you change that equation to on Hedge, you win $2, and on Tells, you lose, on Hedge, you win $2, and on Tells, you lose $5, you're not going to be profitable in the long run. You just made $50, but you do that over 100 trades, you're not going to make enough to offset what you're losing. That makes sense? That's why we have a plan. We stick to that plan. And if we lose, then we lose. But follow your plan and have confidence in that plan, and that comes through back trading. Does that help? Helps a little bit. But a big way to help read gap sentiment is just put yourself in the shoes of everyone else. How would you feel if you shorted right here, or you shorted right here, or you shorted right here? How would you feel when you woke up this morning? Happy? Taking some profits maybe, right? What happens if you thought this thing was going to go lower, but then it starts to bounce? What are you going to do? Well, I'm up big, and now I'm kind of up big, and now I'm kind of up large. And, you know, you're seeing your profits suck away. You'll probably start closing your trade out too, and that's why you're getting some of these bounces. How would you feel if you bought? How would you feel if you went long right here? You're like, okay, I'm going to hold on, I'm going to hold on. And then the gap down, you're probably like, I'm done, right? So you got to put yourself in these people's shoes of how are they feeling? What emotions are they going through? Versus, I found it really hard trading with below 520. Yeah, 25K account. There's what I would say to that, my friend, is, and am I pronouncing your name correct? It is. You've got to ask yourself a question. Am I doing this because my emotions? Am I doing this because my plan is telling me to do this? All right, that's what you got to ask. Am I taking a small win because my plan's telling me to? I mean, is that the order you set up when you got into the trade? Whenever you set up this trade, did you set it up so that you're going to get in here and then take your profit targets right there? Is that how you set it up? No. Most of the time, people are going to set up the trade 1-to-1, right? So they're 1 R's there, they're 2 R's there. But then all of a sudden the candle comes in, you're like, screw it, I'm up $50, and you just take it. What was that, your plan, or was that emotions? So pay attention to that, because your emotions are going to come in and screw with your plan. So you're going to put in months of work back trading and getting a profitable strategy, and you know this plan loses all the time, right? My plan loses all the time, but it's profitable. At the end of the year, I'm profitable. I'm going to have 3 months out of the year where I get destroyed and lose 20, 30 R's. But I'm also going to have months where I'm making 15 hours a month, and I will be profitable at the end, right? So if you have that plan and you go through all that work of creating that plan, and then the whole time you've back traded without any emotions, right? You just let the thing lose an R, or you let the thing go to 2 R's. But then you start putting real money on it, and you're like, my plan was let this thing go to 2 R's, but frick, I don't want to lose on this thing, and you get out. And now your plan, you are not following that plan. Your numbers are off. Where you needed that 2R win to help offset your next 2 losses, you only got a 0.2R win. So now you're in the hole 2 R's, because when you should have made 2 R's on that trade, your numbers are off. So it's all about controlling those emotions. Your emotions will never go away, by the way. It's like, well, if I trade for 5 years, I won't have any more emotions. No, it's still hard, right? But you follow your plan. It's just like on AMD this morning with Falco. You heard Falco, and that's why I love Falco, and that's why I love real life trading, because you don't have these guys in here like, oh, that doesn't bother me. Like, that's not how I am. I'll tell you exactly when I'm like, crap, I don't like that candle. But do you see me just move my stop? Do you see me freak out over that emotion, just like Falco? Nah, he's like, we'll probably get stopped out of this trade. It's all right. He took it. He accepted it. Why did he accept it? Because that's what his back trading has told him to do. Right? He has rules of when he can move his stop. He can't just move his stop because he feels scared. And so when he follows his plan, it turned into a winning trade, even though it was scary. And every good entry is going to be scary. Right? Man, this is a fire hose of information, right? Sorry. It's just mind overload. I'll keep it coming at you if you want, or I can take a break and just slow it down some, but all we want to do is just, well, that little short would have worked out. All we want to do is just help you out. If we can help you on your path of becoming financially free, that's our goal. And we're going to do it in a real way. I'm not going to sit here and be like, you're going to make $1 million at the end of the year with a $5,000 in your trading account. It's not going to happen. I'll be the first one to tell you it's not going to happen. Realistically, if you can bring in 10% of your account each month, you're killing it. I mean, that's just realistic. So if you have $5,000, if you can make $500 a month, you're killing it. You're not doing okay. You're killing it making $500 a month on a $5,000 account. Whoo, doggy. All right. So the SPY, where are we at on that EMA? Oh, we're back below it. Oh, man. So people are now officially starting to get a little bit scared that bought the dip. We'll see how today plays out. This is going to be a key moment right here. You're going to start to see a lot. You already are. We're going to start to see a lot of volume in this area. A lot. You are going to have buyers coming in off of the previous bounce. You are going to have shorts getting in because, again, it's too scary to short up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for it to make a 1% move down and then short the breakdown, right? Oh, man. So we're going to have a lot of people, and we're going to figure out which ones win. If this thing just dumps without a trap, I fully expect, I'm sure Falco's in the same boat, I fully expect us to break this low. Market in the books, probably going to happen. And then the question is, do we break the low and bounce and trap, or do we break the low and keep going and then retest and go lower? That's the plan. So, let me just see. Eric says possible double top on Tesla. Possible. Yeah. We'll find it out if we break this. Because every S curve looks like a double top, right? Come down, pull back, come back up. That's a double top. And then we keep going, or we pull back. So that's what we're in right now. So this is what we're figuring out. Tesla should have bounced off of the 10. So there is a little bit of weakness there. How's the volume? No volume at the high. Really nothing at the high. But it doesn't look great to pull back that far. So yes, I do think Tesla is running out of steam. Let's go to a daily and see if we're out of resistance. Well, by golly, look at that. All right, this is that resistance we've been talking about all morning, which is now support, by the way. That's what we're trying to hold. But this makes a lot of sense for another resistance to come in. So this is, yeah, possibly a double top. And I think Tesla will probably finish somewhere around like 632 to 636, somewhere in this range. I don't think Tesla falls off the face. If it does, that would be incredibly weak, and we're on our way down to 600. Honestly, in the beginning, if I was not negative, I felt like I was killing it. Peter says, go keep the info flowing. What other rules do you have like that? Like that aren't intuitive. Oh, man. I'll have to just keep me talking. I'll just keep spudding out some rules. All right, says, will you share with me where I can find some info on opening an entity for trading full-time and advice for taxes? I am not a tax expert, so I'm probably not going to give you too much advice. My advice is make a lot of money and pay a lot of taxes. If you're paying a lot of taxes, that means you're making a lot of money. It's not the end of the world. Get a good accountant. So I have a buddy, and he runs an accounting firm just for traders. And the only problem is he just started the company and he's booked out forever. So I don't even know if he's taking clients right now, but Kent Savage Law, he does pretty good. It said he just started his business in January. He deals with a lot of traders. He does tax law, and just couldn't find any good accountants that deal with trading. They all suck. They all just like, well, I know what a wash sell is, and that's like the only, I can save you some money on. They just really don't care. It's just whatever their school teaches them. But there's a million ways around to save some money on that. So he deals with that. Other than that, I know there's a few others. I don't know them off the top of my head, but Kent, Savage, Law, pretty good. I think they're pretty booked out though, but you can always give them a call, look them up. I don't have their information on me right now, but opening up an entity for trading full time, an entity as in a business. Is that what you're talking about? So it's not a bad idea if you're profitable to have an LLC as a trader. There's some downsides to it. Like my broker, if I say I'm an entity, which I am, I have an LLC for my trading. They then charge me like $300 a month for everything, for live data, for the stuff I have to pay for. But if I'm not an entity, then all that stuff's free. They're saying if you're making enough money to offset taxes, then you can pay for this stuff. So you're gonna have a lot of brokers kind of pull those things on you. But again, if you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars, then it's worth having it. Yep, they pass along exchange rate. Exactly. They're not going to sit because they're eating that to help you out, thinking that you're a small guy. But if you get an LLC to save you on taxes, meaning you're actually making some money, most brokers are going to feed it to you. I don't think that's very uncommon. There are a couple brokers where they'll pass on it, but their services probably aren't great to begin with. For me, I'd rather pay. I think Falco's the same way. I'd rather pay for a service than to get garbage for free. I pay commissions. I have the choice not to, but and that's another thing too. I was going to say you can negotiate with them, especially if you're doing a lot. Like I'm paying, I don't know how much money in commissions each week, $300-400 in commissions by how many trades I take, plus spreads. They're expensive. You know, they're probably $30-40 just in commissions with the contracts that I do. So I'm paying quite a bit in commissions each week. They're making really good money off of me. You can negotiate with them, but yeah, that's one thing where there's trade-offs with it. But for me, I save enough in taxes; it's worth it. Again, that $300-400 a month is just a tax write-off, so it doesn't matter to me. But if you're only making $1,000 a year, you probably don't want an LLC. It's not worth it to you. Again, I am not an expert in this. My accountant says, get an LLC. And I said, okay. I don't know. I'm not an expert on any of this. Falco is much better at that stuff than I am. Data fees. So in order to get live data as it actually happens on the markets, on options, on different things, you have to pay for it. Your broker is paying it out of their pocket, and a lot of the times they'll give it to you for free and eat it because they want your business because it's so competitive, or they'll pass that along to you. So for example, TradingView, this little website here to watch charts on, you have to pay for live data on that. That's not a free package as far as I know. They haven't changed it. I'm paying for data on this thing. Now, it's not expensive. It's like $2 or $5 a month, something like that, depending on what data you get. It's not that expensive, but you have to pay for it. Extinguished options are 0.65 per stock. Yeah, with my commissions, I pay $5 for my spreads, just a flat $5, and then they charge me a certain amount of cents per contract. Then you can use their desktop app, which is much more faster, TradingView, than using the browser version. I did not know that. So you can download their desktop app. I mean, I have all their apps and stuff on here, but I've never put one. I never put one on my computer for this, but that's a really good advice. Thank you. Downloading it now. So the pro subscription, nope, it doesn't. I have the pro something, and I still pay for real-time data. As far as I know, all I know is I'm still getting these like $3 charges for real-time data, and I'm still on pro whatever it is. Spy is free falling. Falcon have to like unmute you so you can play your song. Oh. That is not a trap. Okay, so we talked about this. We're going to get some volume at this, guaranteed. This is a big level. We're going to get some volume on this, and either we break that low, which we said was pretty much guaranteed going to happen. Either we bounce out of there, which still could, but we needed to bounce on this candle, and we didn't get it. So we bounce out of there, or we close really weak below it, and we closed very weak. How are the Qs? Look exactly the same, except we haven't taken out that low yet. This was a great, great trap. This is what I wanted the SPY to look like right now if it was going to go bullish. Didn't get it. We got a weak close. So the Qs might chop in here for the rest of the day. They seem stronger because of this trap. But SPY has already taken out the low of the day. Qs have not yet. Sorry, had a sneeze, so I'd get that mute button hit. Matt says, hey, Tony, what's up, man? Doing anything with Amazon before earnings? Now that it's in a good area, I know. I want to buy Amazon bad. Earnings are right around the corner. This is a good buying spot on Amazon. Really good support. I want to do a bull. I've been waiting for a bull put spread in this area forever. And of course, earnings like a week away. I want to sell. If you want to sell some naked puts on Amazon, weirdly enough, you could probably get premium down at around like 2,900 before, if it's over earnings. Sell around 2,900. That weekly is old. This support is awesome. Now, you're not going to get them. It's not going to be like, wow, I'm making a ton of money, but it's more money than any other stock would give you for selling that far away, because that's Amazon, right? Better have plenty of margin available. Yeah, that's another thing. You're going to need some cash moolah to be able to sell some naked puts on this. But if what I normally do is I'll sell a bull put spread on Amazon over earnings that I actually want to get put the shares on. So it's the same concept. You still need to have that money to get put those shares. Okay. But what I like to do is I'll just unravel. So if we do get a gap down, as long as it's not past my sold strike, if we get a gap down, I'll unravel it the next day and close that thing out. Close my long put out and see if we get ourselves some sort of bounce to make money on the short side. Not short put. And if not, and it goes lower, then great. I get put the shares. That's sell it in a spot that I want to do it in. That's why I like 2,900, maybe 3,000. One of these two areas I like. I wouldn't be selling it much higher than that. I mean, but that would be an absolute dumpster fire if we made it down here. Like a 10% down gap on Amazon. Has that ever happened on earnings? Maybe once. What was it? This was it? This gap? Oh, it just messed up. Oh well. There was a gap right before the big move on earnings. It was right here. No, even that wasn't 10%. That was 6%, and that was still that was a big deal. Oh, this sets up good though. Looks good. So yeah, I kind of have a feeling that Amazon potentially might be announcing a split soon, which might help rocket ship this thing. But we've been sideways for a long while. This is a strong break. This was not a weak break out above. This was very strong. So the buying should be coming in soon here. I think this is a good spot, and let's see if we get any follow through. We'll figure out what happens with earnings. But at the moment, I'm just going to sit around for a little bit. I don't feel like I have to be in this one. I'm already in really heavy on some Tesla dips already. And by the way, I've got more buying to go if we go lower. So I bought it at 550. My next buying spot's around 500 and then 460, and then I'm all in. But yeah, Tesla kind of looks like we're just flagging, right? Like sorry, get this thing out of here. There we go. We're putting in lower highs. We're following these trends. The only thing that's different is that we didn't make a new low there. So bulls are showing up. I think we'll probably retest into this 50 one more time on a weekly. Maybe break the low. If we break the low, I'm buying more. Because that's what Tesla loves to do, is scare and then rampage. And honestly, the volume up here is just pretty light. If we would have got something like this down up there, I'd been like, oh crap, I'm not buying this dip, right? Hanging out. Art says, is there anything you guys are watching right now to get into for a day trade? The SPY. I'm just waiting to see what happens here. I'm not really excited to short this here, but I'm kind of looking at some markets right now. I feel like these would probably be the plays. I think everything's trading like the markets. Peloton broke this higher low, which it tried to make. It made a lower high. So now I think we kind of walk down and then hang out. There's some day trades to be had, I'm sure, but does pins look like a good short? Oh, they're tough. Ryan, these are really hard, man. I get it. It's really extended to the bull side, and you're like, this thing, how much farther can it go higher? Right, you go to the 15, you're like, you got some extension from these EMAs. Support down around like 70, 69.50. You could do it. These are tough trades, though. These are really tough. When stocks are moving, especially in the general trend, when stocks are moving this strong bullish, man, it is so hard to call the tops on them, even if it is just a short-term top. But yeah, it's a tough one. I think pins probably keeps going. I would find something that works a little bit better than this. Let me run my scans real quick. So I'm going to run this waterfall scan. I feel like with the markets pulling back, this is probably a good scan to have. And what we're trying to do is just trap people and then go long. But, I mean, could this trade work? For sure. Adriano says, what's a waterfall scan? It's just one of my strategies that I use for day trading at this time of day. I'm basically like, so it says UNH right now as a setup. Perfect. So what I'm looking at is an RSI that's down around 22 or lower, which we are with the extended hours on. I need a new low to come in, and I need 2 bull candles to follow. So far, we haven't never gotten low enough on the RSI until right now. So now this is the time to set this one up. This is the one my scanner just found. And it has to be in a bull trend. We are, but man, that thing is absolute dumpster fire today. Jeez. It's down 3%, but just hose. Earnings? Is it an earnings gap? No, earnings was a few days ago. Just getting crushed. So what I'm looking at is something that's having a bull trend that's just having a down day back into support. And we're trying to trap the bears. Again, we talked about noobs. Noobs love to get confirmation. They go, nah, this is too scary to short here. This is too scary to short here. And then they finally go, okay, now, I should have done it there. I should have done it there. Now, if we break this low one more time, now I'm going to short it. And that's the end of the move. All right. So this is a setup that I'm looking for, but I need 2 bull candles to finish. So we're going to wait at least another 5 minutes and see if we get that. MCD. Yep, this is another one. Let's see what McDonald's. This is not in a bull trend, though, so I'm not doing this one. If we would have held this low, we would have been. But we blew right through that like it didn't exist. We jump out to a monthly. This is a good monthly support, but we're still a little bit of ways away from this EMA. Just a little bit. But nice breakout on McDonald's. Nice breakout on McDonald's. Let's see. So isn't SPY doing that now? So SPY already did it. It just didn't set up. So what I mean by that is we got down to around the 20 on the RSI. We put in 2 bull candles immediately following the low. I needed one more low to come in right then and then go. So this one, my entry would have been right here on a new low. My stop would have been about there. We would have already hit 2 Rs. So the fact that it already went to my 2 Rs and now it's making a new low, that doesn't fit in. But yeah, you're right. I mean, this is making a low, but this is not very strong. Not very strong at all. Let's check out. What is your long-term analysis for SLV? I'm just going to look at the charts, right? I'm not going to look into anything that has to do with metals. What is the chart saying? So like if we just took and erased this name, what's the chart telling me? Honestly, we're getting close to bouncing in my opinion. We're into a support zone. This is a monthly support. We're at the 10 EMA. We've pulled back. We're working on quite a few bear weeks in a row. We're right at the 50 on a weekly. The daily just The daily just broke this low and is right into a support zone. And the 4 hours oversold, 4 hours oversold. So I think a bounce is coming. I don't know how big of a bounce is going to be, but this is not the time to get in short. And I wouldn't really necessarily hedge it right now either. If I was in this, I wouldn't hedge this, even though we broke this, because we're so low on RSI that we might go a little bit, but a bounce is going to come. After the bounce comes, now I can look to hedge something if we go lower. But that's my thoughts on this one right now. Are we breaking the trend that we bounced off of previously? Yeah. But this candle's not closed with yet. And again, I don't think we're just going to go to like 45 next week. But I do think it'll try to rebound a little bit. And then, like I said, once that bounce comes in, then if that fails, we're going much lower. So the bounce needs to hold, just like this. Came down, bounced. That was the moment of, do we fail and go lower? And it went higher. But we made a big move out. Really, your next good support zone is at like 18-ish. We double bottomed here at 20. So, I mean, of course, that's a good one. But I'm saying from this breakout, I think silver starts to bounce pretty soon. In my opinion, could be dead wrong. But we'll see. Maybe it keeps sinking, traps the bears, and that's the catalyst it needs to get back up into the high. That could happen too. Welcome on, man. Yeah. But then I was looking for a bullish trade. So let's look at UNH right now. Again, on a weekly, right off the 10. Daily's there. Let's jump out to the 5. Okay, so we did get our 2 bull candles. So now this strategy would say to set up a entry right there. There's our limit entry to go bullish. And our stops going to be somewhere down here. I have to figure out where that's going to be. Find our next support. Turn off extended hours real quick. All right, so we've got a support zone there. So my stop can be anywhere below that. We've also got another support zone there. Okay. So this is a trade that I can lose small on. That was my conditions earlier. I can lose small on this because I'll know right away if we're going to win or lose. Meaning, if we come down, I'm playing the trap, right? I'm wanting to have happen what's happening to SPY right now. Comes down. This thing has already been so beat up. So beat up with really no bouncing, okay? So if we break the low, shorts are going to get in right here, thinking this thing's going to go lower, and it will. And then I'm hoping for a quick reversal. If we can get a quick reversal and a close back up above that support, then that's a trapping candle, and we can move our stop immediately up, and the thing should take right off. So technically, I could set this one up. I just need to figure out if the risk reward is there. So there's my support. I can put my stop anywhere down below that. 406.44, 404.65, 408.23. That's my target 1 for 30%. And target 2, 110.02. So target 1's back below that resistance. Target 2 is back below that resistance. I love it. It looks good. I'm going to think about this for just a few minutes because, again, we're already profitable on the day. I can lose less than 0.6 on this trade. Should be able to. Our 2R is right at that 20 EMA. It's right below it. Maybe we just paper trade this. I'm not sure. Again, early win. I'm not going to be too aggressive with trades later on in the day. This is, how do you think Tesla would play in the next few days? Made a newbie mistake last week. Stop loss, and I'm underwater now. Entry 672. And wonder if I should hold and hope for a retest or take my loss. Oh, my friend, my brother. Yeah, that hurts, bro. So we did take out that low. All right. So you're in on this thing at 672. Right there. Okay. It's hard to say, my friend, because earnings are coming up like next week. Give you the cold hard truth. No problem losing that money. Good. If it's me and I screw up on a trade, I'm out. Let's see. Your stop is now at, what did you say, 619.50? So right below this low. That's a good place for a stop. I would be out before earnings no matter what. And the problem is earnings tends to make trading a little bit trickier, right? A few days before earnings. You have a lot of people hedging. A lot of people taking their bets. I would prefer for Tesla to keep dropping before earnings. If we can just keep slowly meandering back around 600 before earnings, I would prefer that. But yeah, for me, if I make a mistake and I screwed something up with my stop or did that, I'm usually hitting the eject button. Tesla might bounce out of here, but this is not a good gap on Tesla. It just happened to be into a strong support. So that's why I like where your stop is. That's a good stop. But we took out the pivot and the inside candle gapping down. It's not looking amazing. I'm talking short term, right? Like before earnings, I don't think Tesla's just going to rampage. It could before earnings, but I would really be out of this thing before that. So, yeah, we'll see. This is a good support, though. There's a really good support zone right there that we're into, plus the weekly 50s coming up. This is where I think there's a potential that we get down to. Somewhere around 600, maybe 590. Let this pull back up. So either we gap down to that over earnings and then go. But if you look back on Tesla, Tesla loves to scare everyone and then rampage. Loves to do it. So I don't know if there's enough fear on this quite yet. Now, this is a good, strong double bottom. We could get going. But this is from someone that's in Tesla right now. I'm in Tesla at the moment. I don't think we have quite enough fear. I think 520, 480, somewhere in here, and then it should quickly rocket ship out of there. Guess we'll see if the stop gets hit. Yeah, hold on for the stop. I think it's a good spot for it. If you're comfortable losing that, it's not like you're down 20 Rs. If you're comfortable losing that, then yeah, let's do it. Give yourself a chance for a bounce. But if we took out this bull candle, it's going lower. So that's where your stop should be. Did I miss anything else? You're welcome, my friend. We got S-Fix from Art. S-Fix from Art. We got 54.87. Okay. By 54.47. Just playing that. Early entry inside on a 30-minute takes 60 green at. Okay. Keep an eye on this one for you. So you're not in on this yet, right? Your entry's up here, or did you get triggered in earlier over there? I think you're waiting for an entry on this, right? Not yet. Okay, that makes most sense. All right, we'll see if this can keep going. And then where's your 1R is basically at the high. Okay. Let's see how that one plays out, my friend. NCLH, you're in bullish. NCLH. There we go. If I could type. What do I think about this? Oh, sorry, right? I just saw your ATV. I'll tell you about that in just 2 minutes. This looks good for a bull trade. I guess it all depends on where you're in at. So can you send me your numbers for NCLH? What was your entry and where was your original stop at? Okay, 2196 gives me an idea just to look at it. So 2196 is there, and then your stop is 2151. Stop is there. Okay, so all right, I get it. You probably bought it on a pullback to that support, right? On these bear candles there. Oops. So your 1R is right back into the high. So that works. All right. I would be taking quite a bit off at 1R, maybe 50%. I don't know how much higher it's going to want to go. Like if this thing wanted to go higher, it would have bounced right there. Right? That's what it should have done. We actually worked back below all of those EMAs. Didn't bounce at the support, went lower. And so it seems to me like this might be working on a lower high to go lower. It's probably going to be very sideways. So for me, if I was going to play the fade on this thing, it would have had to been down here. Right? Like maybe one of these retests with my stop here. So now as we do this and we break out, I'm raising my stop and locking in wins. And then, man, thanks for hanging out. Come back tomorrow and hang out with us again. I'll be in the beginner's room in the morning and then this room at the same time today. So keep an eye out for that. A higher entry is going to make the trade a lot harder. So I would have looked at this and been like, down here is probably the reversal I would want to play. Because now we're asking this thing to make a really big move when it's already been up there. And when we were there, we sold off hard. So will we get back up here? Maybe. We'll see. I mean, it's not saying it doesn't have a chance. It could get back up there. I guess I should look at the daily chart. Figure out where the heck we're at. Okay, that helps. So this thing is really beat up. So that helps. I understand why you're buying it off that support. I get it. So now we just wait and see what happens, my friend. So we'll hang out. All right. Do you want my 2 cents on that thing? I'll let you know on SFix, but I need to get over to, where was it at? ATVI. All right. ATVI. Just Ryan, what's my thoughts for a day trade on this thing? Okay. Man, you're clearly at a good support zone. It's currently in a little bear trend right now. My advice would probably be go find a better trade. I don't know. There's not a lot of sentiment behind it. I mean, the bulls had their shot this morning. We rampaged. No one bought this thing up. We failed it. Tried to bounce right there off of the low and then took that out. At this moment, the bulls are clearly showing up to play, but they can't hold on to anything. Love the volume down here. I don't know to go short or long. The only advice I would give you is if you're going to go long, you need to go long down here, not up here. All right, go long really low and go short really high. Don't short this right here. Like wait for another bull move to come in and then short it. So you're going to have to take a scary entry on this one. You can't wait for confirmation. I don't really have a good idea of what to do with this one, my friend. I don't know. Nice bounce, failed it. So the bulls are not strong. At the exact same time, the bears could not hold the breakdown and they got trapped in at rampage. So both bulls and bears are just trapping. If we jump out to a bigger time frame, let's see if this is some sort of, maybe even a little bit bigger. If we're getting lots of traps, where's this thing playing out on? 4 hours almost. I mean, we're pretty low on that hour on the 4-hour RSI. Whenever we get oversold, we bounce. That's a pretty common theme. We're not there yet. So maybe one more low, 90, and then start to bounce. So that might be your buying spot, maybe 90. I think this is a good little support right up into here. I like down there by the 200. So I'd play that. Your says, today feels different than the other scary gap downs where the bulls just trounced right from the open. I think so as well. Yeah, my friend, I agree with you completely. Most dips, especially off of the 50, every time we hit this 50, there's been a lot of movement. Especially really though lately, right? These gap downs have really been bought up hard. Like we gap down here and just lower wicked and rampaged higher. Same thing, gap down here and went actually bullish. So for the past month and a half, these gap downs have been bought up hard. Today, not the case. This wick doesn't exist, by the way. It's a trading view error. I'm pretty sure. I don't think we filled the gap today, did we? I highly doubt it. We get up to 431. Was I napping today? We did not get to 431. Okay, good. I was going to say, there's no way we filled the gap today. All right. Yeah, that's just a false wick on TradingView. They'll erase that in 3 days or so, like they always do. Let's see. Got a few more things here. So my thoughts on SFIX. My thoughts on this is that I feel like this is a chase. I feel like it's bullish. And not to say it's not a good trade. I'm feeling like we're trying to squeeze a little bit more out of this because we didn't catch any of this. That's kind of the feeling that I have for me. I would pass on this trade. I feel like whenever we've made a gajillion bull candles in a row on a 15, we hardly ever bounce off of the 10. It usually goes down to the next few. So I'd say 54 is probably if it's going to bounce maybe again, that's probably a better spot. Also, this thing seems a little bit spready. Like I'm just looking over here and I see quite a few gaps. And then these little wiki candles here are just, whenever you're getting a lot of tweezers like this, that shows me that there's quite a bit of spread. So be a little careful on that. It's not terrible. I'd say it's tradable. Just be aware of that. So if we just look at what the trend did, right? The trend bounced off the 10 EMA. We bounced off the 10 EMA. We bounced off the 10 EMA. As soon as we broke the 10, we now know that the bulls are not very strong up here. They're not as strong as they were. So then we went down to the next ones and we're bouncing off of that, which is nice. And like I said, this could work. What I would rather do is do something like this. Instead of buying up here on a breakout, buy down here on a dip, right here off of this support. So put your entry at 54.32 and play the trap. So wait for it to trap lower. And the cool thing about this is we need to find a better support zone for our stop right there. That's a good one right there. Plus all those EMAs. I like it. So this, you're getting in low and you have a better chance of losing small than you would getting whipped in here and then getting stopped out real quick on a trap. So I like this better because you'll know if you're right or wrong quick. If it comes down and you feel it and it bounces pretty good out of here, now you're being the trap, right? A lot of shorts are looking to get in here. A lot of stops from the bulls are right here. And most of the time in a strong stock, as soon as it takes out the weak bulls, we'll get a little bit of a pop. Honestly, for me, I still would not take this trade. I'm not going to. It's too extended, and I feel like I'm chasing it. I feel like I'm trying to squeeze this out of nothing. because I want it, right? Because this is such a strong move. But if we go to a daily chart, I mean, my target is this resistance, and that's pretty, oh, that was a bad line, is this resistance, and that's exactly what we've hit. Do we have volume on a 5-minute at the high? We do. This one, we actually have a volume spike at the high, and we've pushed away from it. I'd probably stay away. That's my thoughts. Doesn't mean that it could not. Doesn't mean that it couldn't work. But if you were going to do that, I would probably play the trap on it to give me a better entry and not just, this is almost too easy of a break above that. So get in low off of a good support zone from the previous day. Your stops down below all the 15-minute EMAs, which should hold this thing up. If we don't bounce off of that, then you're wrong. And now you're only losing an R. And you know you're wrong compared to getting trapped, getting stopped, and then it going later on in 30 minutes. Yeah. And this was a big, I mean, you'd think today would be a really big volume day. And it's still, I mean, granted, we still have a couple hours left. So this will be a bigger volume day than the normal. But it's a little bit lighter. 1 million average on a 10-day is my minimum. And this is skirting right at it. But we'll see. See how this one plays out on SFIX. To me, again, I would find something that is setting up better. Let's look at the SPY. SPY got a little bounce, but I feel like we're rolling down. Like this was the short on the SPY. As soon as we don't bounce on this, you know, okay, this is weak. So yes, you don't short after this many bear candles in a row. You wait for a bounce back up. I probably would have shorted off of the 10 with my stop up above that. And now is this asking for too much of a move lower? I mean, I've already missed this trade. I'm not going to do it. But shorted off of the 10. Woo. My stop goes above the lower high, which at the time would have been up here. And so now can I get a 1R at that pivot there? Let me undo that. There we go. My 1R is right there. Not doing that trade. There's not a good enough risk reward. Now, if I move my stop down to that low, it's a little bit more aggressive, but that gives me what I want. That's 1R. We'd have already been at 1R. Yep, that would have hit 1R target right there. And 2R is the new low. That's possible. But that's pretty aggressive. That'd be hard to lose small on. You're seeing some buying coming in. People are hitting their 1R target on those shorts. That shorted off of the 10 there. That same setup. To me, though, that's just too tight. I don't think there's a risk reward in there. All right. Did I miss anything? If I've missed your comments, please don't be offended. We have hundreds of comments coming in by the minute. So just repost it again. Just say, hey, posted this earlier. What do you think about this? I'm happy to just keep on talking. I'll be off the mic in about 40 minutes or so. We can talk about whatever you want. It could be anything. Cool. Qs still have not taken out the low from before. Qs look stronger. We might be getting a little bit of a bounce. Peloton got a little bit of a bounce off of that. Lulu hanging out. AMD just chilling sideways. Tesla chilling sideways. No real volume to speak of on this, which is interesting because it's also, well, I guess there was only one candle on the pullback for that one. Interesting. I know Chewy has had a really nice day today. That's a good 15-minute candle right here on Chewy, right off the 20-minute EMA. That blue line there. Tons of bull candles in a row, but your risk reward is wide. I mean, wide. If we wanted to play that game, I think this is about as low as we'll get to on the pullback. And that's, I mean, your 1R is going to be there, and your 2R, I think it's at the high. That might work. Art says entry on the 15, stop at 80.22. So what was your entry on this one? On 15, offer, stop it. So what price did you feel that? You're going to add at 81.24. I filled at 81. Okay. See how well this one works. I do think it's going to bounce. I feel like for me, I would want to get in somewhere down here. 80.55 might even be a little too wide. I'd probably play it off of the 50. That's going to match up with a nice hammer on volume. So I would be buying at 80.25 with my stop 79.55. And if it leaves without me, it leaves without me. That's how I would play this thing. So if I did that by this, my 2R is right at that resistance, and my 1R, 1-to-1 risk unit, is right at the high that it's at right now, at the base of this neckline. This probably doesn't feel, but that's what I would do. That's how I'd play this one. All right. Costco, boring. CCL. Ryan, what's up, man? Ryan's stacking some trades up here on Ford, right? 13.20. Are you in on this? $13.20. Pretty much right where the price is, right? And then your stop. Hey, you guys can buy our own IPO. Stops at 12.55. 12.55, huh? Is this a swing trade? Or is this a day trade? You've got a target. Oh, this is a swing. Okay. That makes that helps a lot. That definitely helps a lot. Okay. So you got your 1R target right around that 13-ish, give or take a few pennies. Yeah, man. This is not a bad spot. Just know that earnings are right around the corner. They're like 10 days away next week. So it just depends on, are you allowed to be in a swing trade over earnings? I'm not a big fan of it. But that's the only thing holding it back. This is a good buying spot. Really good buying spot. In fact, I'd be doing a bull put spread on this right now if earnings weren't next week. So go for it, man. If this fits your plan. Trying to think here. You have your 1R there. Where's your 2R at? 2R is there. Okay. Your entry spot on for sure. I think it's a good spot off the 200. We've bounced off it before. Retesting this breakout. Pulled back down. Ford looks good. Weekly, we are below the weekly 20 though. So for me on Ford, I am waiting for, move this up again. Oh, that's a strong support. That really is. I probably won't get it down there. This pullback needed to fill me, then it just bounced out of there. So I'll probably pass on that one. But so what happens at earnings again? Well, earnings is just, you could, it might not do anything, but you could get a big gap up or you could get a big gap down. Right? There's either one of those could play out. It might not gap at all. It might have a small gap. So it's just this uncertainty of over earnings. You know, this thing might bounce out of here and then you're profitable and then earnings happens and it gaps down to 12. So for me, I don't like holding over earnings unless it's a long-term play. If it's a swing trade, I'm out before earnings. Cool. You're welcome, my friend. Art on Schuster. Chewy's making a move. So you just added. So you haven't taken any profits yet, right? You've just added to your position. Cool. Yeah, this is a great hammer on a 5. 15-minute pull down to the 20. This, based off of the 15-minute chart, I feel like this is going to retest this blue line. Kind of chop in here and see if it goes. This will need to be your bouncing spot if it doesn't bounce. Hopefully it just keeps on going. But I mean, it's already almost up 6% on the day. What's the average range on Chewy? I'm sure we've beaten that already. Yeah, we've doubled it almost. I'd say the move on Chewy's almost done. Move on the Schuster is almost done. We had really, let's see. The new high didn't carry tons, but we did have quite a bit of volume here. Pulled back. Like we said earlier, when you get a lot of candles in a row, it hardly ever bounces off the 10 EMA, go to the 20 or the 50. In this case, bounced off the 20, which is nice. And let's see if this can't push back up into the high. So option number one is it just keeps rampaging into this high, and then from there, it's probably done. Option number two is it pulls back down around here somewhere and then bounces back to the high. Option number three is it comes and then just makes a lower high and then slowly starts to burn off. I don't know which one of those three are going to happen, but let's hope it's number one. Let's just keep this party rolling, man. You missed the 5-minute hammer, so I got in on the offer because I'm not a sniper. If it's moving you want in, you don't have to be on the penny. Yeah, whatever strategy works for you, my friend. For sure. Yeah, we have, you can, where are you seeing the average true range on this chart of mine here down here? So I have two average true range. This one with the 1 is today's range. And this one at the 14 is the average range for the past 14 days. So I just have them both on there and compare them. So today we've moved 7.47. The average range is 3.74. So we've already doubled the average range on it. Doesn't mean that we can't scream higher. I mean, shoot, Chewy could go to 84 today if it wanted, right? There's nothing, not like it can't. I just kind of play the averages of most of the time we don't put in an 8% day. We'll find out. Hopefully this thing just keeps on cranking up. That would be awesome. Let's go, Chewy. I'm also in long on Chewy, so. Yep. And that's the cool thing about trading. And just because I say something doesn't mean that's how it has to be done, right? I want you to know that. I'll throw my 2 cents on it based off how I trade. But people make money all the time buying wave 3s, buying wave 4s. For me, I just feel like I'd want to get in at that lower price and have a better. I'd rather be locking in a 1 R when it stops me out than losing an R when it stops me out. And that's just kind of my style. But everyone has their own strategy, right? There's no right or wrong with it. Back traded and it fits your personality, then rock with it, man. Yeah. But for me, I see all these bull candles in a row. And so I'm putting my entry down here, and this probably doesn't fill. And now that it's taken off, I probably cancel that too, but not too shabby, man. We'll see if you can grab some. I've been taking some profits no matter what up into this target, 81, 82-ish, somewhere in there. Space having a good day. Pulled back to a support zone. And this is most of these stocks that are pretty beat up or having a bounce when the markets are not. Speaking of the markets, are we doing anything yet? Nope. We retested and we're failing again. So we'll see if the markets will just keep walking down. Get a bigger perspective here. At the moment, we're trying to trap on a 15. The RSI is crazy oversold, which just lends into how weak this thing has been. Tesla with a good S curve. How are the Qs doing? We're still holding the low of the day. Qs are holding up better than the SPY is. Energy and financials are blood red. Yeah, I mean, just crushed out there. Ryan, so when they announce a split, people get really excited and there tends to be a lot of buying with it. And then there's usually a pretty good sell-off after the split. Not always. But people think that you get more value, like you're getting more. You're just taking the same piece of pizza and cutting your slice in 3 pieces. So it's like you have 3 pieces of pizza, but it's the same amount of pizza. So I don't know, Falco, if you know anything different on that. I don't really trade splits all that often or really pay attention to them that much. But whenever they announce it, there's a lot of hype with it. And then after the split, there's usually not a ton. It's not like it's going to go screaming up out of there. You will get it, and it all depends on the company and on the location, right? Yeah, and it gives people an excuse to sell some and still have shares left over. Exactly. Yeah. It depends on the company. It depends on where it opens up, what kind of split they're doing. But if you have like a Tesla, if you have an Amazon, some of these big guys that people just want, there's a chance you'll get some buying a short period after the split. But for the most part, that's pretty common, right? It's just like news. You're going to buy the rumor, you're going to sell the actual event, and that's the play, I think. There's not much of an edge to jumping on it. All right, S-Fix. There's the pop. We got 5 seconds. This looks like it's going to close pretty good. Still no volume on this break, which kind of sucks, but it might just be a little bit spready. That possibly could be it. So you're in on this one. All right, cool. My 54, 57. Let me get this thing up here. 92. Oops, I'm on the wrong one. 92. 57. Okay, your 1R there. Cool. UNH still coming down for that double bottom. It's too late in the day. I'm not going to take this setup, but I just wanted to back trade to see what it would do. So I have a buy limit for a long coming down, break the low. I'd want to get filled and immediately get a bounce. So we close back up above that support. And then 1R is there and see if we start finding some sort of base. Cool. Well, y'all, we got a little bit of time left on this mic. Is there anything else you want me to look at or talk about, discuss, see, or do? There's Chewy making a move. Way to go. Space. Fastly with a good little move today. That kind of is terrible. Made a new high on some volume and then pushed away all day long. So that's, I think that move is pretty much done. Disney's pulling down. It's an old note. My buying spot on Disney is around 160. I like it at 160. I don't know if we get there or not. I might need some help on some bad earnings or something, but I don't know. Let's see if we can grab that. Snow's had a good day. Let's check out Snowster. Snowball. Wow, Snow's had a great day and trapped some bears at it too. So yeah, that's nice. I'm in on some leaps on this stuff. See what the weekly does right off the weekly EMAs. I still think we probably chop for a couple weeks and then maybe get going again. Snow looks decent. Not much to go off of on a monthly. But yeah, weekly looks good. Nice breakout there. We pulled back to the support, so it makes sense that we're bouncing now. Qs with a double bottom, possibly. I feel like we might be getting a more sell-off towards the close of the market, by the way. Just not strong on the bulls. Not that strong. This could be a double bottom, especially on a 15. It's going to look like a double bottom. If you're going to play this, I kind of like buying something here, but with my stop there, again, just not super thrilled with it. I think the play to go would be to do something short, especially, I mean, the SPY just is so weak. Still no real volume on a 15-minute to speak of yet. We'll see what that goes to, but Chris on the Qs, is that what you're talking about? The break of that first hammer? Oh, you're talking about down here, this one. Break of that first hammer. So you want to go long something here, or are you talking short? Long off that 6 candle line. Possibly. I guess it just depends on how much of a target you have. So if you can get something somewhat tight and get a tight risk reward, that's still good, then I would do that. If your entry is like here with your stop here and you're asking you to go to there for 1 hour, that's going to be a tough trade. I'd pass on that type of setup, but let us know if you get something off of it. I don't know what this thing is going to do. It is showing more strength. Yeah, this one's a tough one. It's showing more strength. I feel like the strength was this morning. All right, like that was just a perfect trap. This hammer was so good. 10 out of 10. Hammer was so good. We bounced out of that. Everyone hit their 2R target, I'm pretty sure. We did the math on it, right? The little measuring on it. Did everyone hit their 2Rs on this guy? I'll tighten that up so I don't know where their stops would be at. There's 2R right there. They did by pennies, depending on where your stop was. Right, but people hit their 2Rs, and that's where it sold off from. Pretty sure that was the 10 EMA. No, that got past the 10 EMA. It's going to be a tough, like I said, I would probably wait and not put an R on some of these markets. But if I was going to, I would not short this down here. Like if I'm going to short, it needs to be a push up into this EMA. So like 350, 450, I would short it up there. Down here, I'm looking for some sort of trapping long, as long as I can get a tight risk reward. But to short this down here, I feel like it's too extended, even though it probably does work. Yeah, we had our opportunities this morning, right, to make some money. That's a good trap. And it even gave you a chance to get in. I mean, I would not, once that hammer came in, I don't think I would have bought the break out of that. But then once I got some follow through, I would have set that up and would have been filled somewhere on this candle at the high. And then 2Rs right up in there. So like that was about to play sometime around 10:40 Eastern time. And now I feel like we're just kind of scratching for it. Peloton, big volume. If we take out this volume on Peloton, it may be coming back some. AMD's trying to bounce. Tesla, good move on Tesla. Like if you wanted to short Tesla, this is the year to short it. I like the trap though. We talked about how it really shouldn't take out that higher low, and it did. Trap so many bears, and now they're just getting squeezed. All right, man, way to go. Good trading today, my friend. Got the stops in place and go enjoy the day. That's what I'm talking about. You're hanging out with us. All right. How's that SFIX going? Just chillaxing. UNH would have never filled me yet. Pins, big volume. This needs to hold. A lot of these ones said they've made some big moves. We'll see if they can close strong today, but DKNG. I know someone brought up that. AJ, sorry, man, I'm just seeing that. What are you thinking, AJ, for DKNG? What's your thoughts? Are you shorting it? Are you going long? Swing trade, day trade? What do you got, man? A long swing. Cool. You're into a support. There's no doubt about it. It kind of looks weak-ish on a weekly, and on a monthly, not looking great. We've already taken out last month's bull candle. I would probably wait on this one a little bit more. Get it into like 41. Let it keep going lower. 41-ish, 40, I think would be safe. Yeah, man, we would love to have you, my friend. Just the communities alone are just awesome, right? And you're not going to find too many communities like this where it's not like ego sent, you know, you can actually ask a general question like, how do you set up a stop limit on Thinkorswim in the general chat pane? And you're going to get like 5 answers or 10 answers of how to do it. There's not going to be one person that's like, oh, well, that's beneath me, right? Like, so it's a really good fit. It's a really good mix of really, really experienced traders that are trading millions upon millions upon millions of dollars in their account with people that are starting out with 10K in their account that have never taken a trade before, right? It's a good mix, but everyone has that same attitude of we all just want to lift each other higher, right? It really is a great place. And I started out with my trading from square one with them, pretty much. Just people willing to reach out and help out. So, all right, we would love to have you, man. These trades are doing exactly what you've asked them to do. So that's pretty awesome. Hopefully you can make some money on it. Costco's kind of topping out. Hughes, we'll see. The SPY looks so weak. I don't know, my friends. Most of the time when the bulls come into play on these dips, they take off. We don't retrace. We hammer out of there, right? Example, what day was that? Like back here on July 14th, I think. Like we fell off, and then when the bounce finally came, we held the bounce and finished strong. This, let me actually fast forward till today. The bounce came, and then for the first time, we've broken that bounce. Tesla looking bullish. It is, but I don't know how much is left on it today. And this is just a really big resistance in front of it. But this is a good day. I mean, I think this is what Tesla needed to do today. If Tesla wanted to go to 600 anytime soon, if there was a lot of weakness there, I feel like we would have S-curved higher and then rolled over pretty hard, just like the markets did. And we get rolling. Yeah, if we gap up on Tesla tomorrow, that'd be pretty strong. My big level is 705. That's a monthly inside candle breakout, and that would be really great. Tesla can break the 700 level, 705 with a close. Man, we'd be rocking and rolling. It's 900. Here we come. But we might have some more pain in store. I would love it too. I'm in pretty good on Tesla at 550, 536. I don't know what the heck I bought at 536, but I have a feeling I'm going to be negative on these guys down to like 490 or 480, and then it rampages. So we'll see. It is looking good though. It's showing more strength than I thought we would have today. That's good. But man, we all can just see the noobs just drooling over a breakout of that, right? Like just drooling over it. They want this so bad. They want it. They're like, oh, it'd be so bullish if we could get above that. I think they're going to get trapped and hosed, and then it does go higher later on. Like, I think this is going to happen. Mr. Squiggle is going to kind of play this out and then finish strong. That's best case scenario for this. This is you, noob. Hey, I was a noob once. We all were. I was the one buying up there alongside Jeremy, right? Yeah. Hey, we all start there. So hopefully after a little while of just watching people on their trades and watching screens, you can just kind of go, I used to think that way. Now my brain kind of changes, right? And then you kind of get an eye for it. Hey, if I manage to play online poker for half a year without depositing, I think I can do fine also here. There we go. Managing risk. Sticking to your game plan, man. Just have a good game plan. Always learning. I love it, man. Love it. we also have a couple other really successful professional poker players here in the RLT community. Man, it's almost time already. You should hook up with them. Talk with them. I think you guys would have fun. Have some fun discussions. I think his name is Rob in Slack. I know his name, but I don't know what his username is in Slack, but takes too much time. I hear you, man. S-Fig starting to reverse. A little bit of that trap came down to your stop. See what it wants to do now. Yeah, Chewy's going after it though. This would pretty much be my exit, especially with this volume building. Be taking something there. I would have taken something here and then something there. That looks strong. Yeah, those naked puts on Chewy are enjoying life right now. See what these guys can do. Peloton and huge volume, and we're actually holding it, which is impressive. I don't know if some news broke on that or if it just got to a certain level, but we'll see how this finishes. I kind of feel like it's going to be down around 115 or so. Good day, though. Good day for Peloton, especially for that put and credit spreads that we have on it. Apple, what are you doing today? Apple is so stinking extended, man. I mean, I haven't seen so many bull candles in a row on something in a while. It's been a hot minute on Apple, and then a perfect high wave topping candle. And then we gap down on a week. Oh, man, talk about a reversal on Apple. And I almost bought some puts on Friday. I did not, but I almost did. Yeah, 135 is the buying zone on Apple. I love 130 for Apple, but I think 135 is a good place to buy. I might be selling some puts at around like 135, so let me put an alert up here. I always put my alert higher so I can get alerted. So it's not like the second I'm ready to sell it, my alert goes off, then I'm not prepared. I like my alert to go off 1% or 2% above it, so that way I'm like, oh, okay, I wanted to sell a put there. And then set that thing up so by the time it gets down to where I want it, I'm ready to go. So sell naked put around. I need to sit in front of my keyboard so I can actually type. 130, 125, 25-ish. So again, just raise this up a little bit more. See if we can get there. I think that's gonna be good. Good credit spread, naked put area. / bull put spread if I want it. Cool. Baba showing some strength. Man, I haven't heard that in a while. Baba in strength. Man, my time is over with, my friends. I got to close it out so this, people can use this other room. So, let's see real quick to close it out. Baba's, that's a good move on Baba. We need to higher low and hold this. If you jump out to a weekly and monthly, this is a great support zone, especially on a monthly. I mean, look at this support. Pull down to it. We're getting extremely beat up. Bad news. Now you know it's time to buy it. Rhea, you were here? Rhea, thanks for hanging out with me, my friend. My best friend in the markets. I'll see you tomorrow in the beginner's room. Oh yeah, so we got beginners and this day trading room here. So the beginners, we will just be going over a lot more questions, right? You're always welcome to ask any questions here, but yeah, beginners is a great place if you're starting out. We still take trades, do all that good stuff. We just kind of take setups that are not as fast and just do a lot more discussion. So the basics. Give it a try. Give it a shot. I'll be there tomorrow morning. Real quick, Tesla. Are you bouncing, Tesla? Oh, it's trying to. Look at the volume on that candle. There's all your noobs being trapped. Let's see if it squeezes and just keeps going. So, cool. Looks strong. I am full bull Tesla. I just kind of have an expectation that's going to probably go a little bit lower before it goes higher. Hope not, but we'll see. Awesome, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I honestly had a blast. Enjoy the free week. Let's do this again tomorrow. See you later, guys.